Wonderful. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of Strategy and Resources. It's very good to see everybody here, and it is 10 o'clock, so we might make a start. Just before we start, I'm just going to say it's an extremely long agenda today. So if I could ask all members to keep their contributions relatively short, that would be very desirable. Clearly Mac's not going to be, but I'm sure other people will. So I would like to begin by welcoming those members of the public and press who have joined us today virtually for this meeting of Strategy and Resources in New Shire Hall, Alconbury Weald. The council allows filming and photography at its public meetings, so please feel free to take pictures and tweet during the meeting. Can I ask, though, that everyone present turns their mobile phones to silent or vibrate while this meeting is taking place? Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and that a recording of the meeting will be available to view on the County Council's website. There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will make our way downstairs out of the main entrance and turn left. The muster point is at the far end of the building. So the first item on the agenda is apologies for absence. Michelle, are there any apologies for absence?
Yes, I have apologies from Councillors Criswell and Councillor Costello is substituting, Howard and Councillor Ray is substituting, Hoy and no substitute, and Sanderson and Councillor Taylor is substituting.
Thank you very much, and all those substitutes are very welcome. Second on the agenda is, does any member wish to declare any disclosable pecuniary or non-statutory disclosable interest? I don't see any hands raised, but if anybody realises during the meeting that they do need to declare an interest, just feel free to say so. So item 2 is we are being asked to approve the minutes of the Strategy and Resources Committee meeting on the 27th of January as an accurate record. If any member has concerns about the accuracy of the minutes, if you could raise your hands now. I don't see any hands, so therefore I will approve the minutes as an accurate record and we will take that as carried unanimously. On that basis, no, that's fine. The action log is also included in the published papers for this meetings. All the actions are marked as complete. Are there any comments on the action log? Not today, thank you very much. Item 3 is petitions and public questions. We have received no petitions and there are 5 requests to speak that I propose to take under the relevant agenda item. Item 4 is the joint agreement and peer review action tracker. I'll ask the Director of Business Improvement and Development to introduce this report. Amanda.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'll keep my introduction to this report fairly short, given that the committee has a long agenda and that members are already familiar with the format of the report. The report provides updates against the actions arising from the administration's joint agreement and also actions arising from the Local Government Association Peer Challenge. A reminder that each action is monitored in detail by the appropriate committee, which you'll see in column 4 of the tables, and that S&R holds the oversight of the overall action tracker. Therefore, if there are any questions on specific actions, I might need to refer to committee chairs or indeed check back with responsible officers. This is the last report you'll see in this format, as members agreed at full council that any actions that aren't yet completed or which are ongoing, for example, lobbying, will be transferred to the council's new performance framework. This committee will continue to monitor progress against peer challenge actions, particularly shared services recommendations. There have been 2 updates in the peer challenge section since the report was published, which I'd just like to give you a quick briefing on. The first is that we have received the peer challenge letter, which is mentioned in section 1.4. This has been circulated through group leaders and will also be published on the council's website. The second update is that the Chief Executive has agreed with all group leaders that there will be a formal review of committee structures and governance, including the spoke system. This review will be undertaken by the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny and is commissioned with the support from the Local Government Association. Terms of reference for that will be developed by the Chief Executive and shared in draft with group leaders. So I'm happy to take any questions on this report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Graham.
Thanks, Chair. And just to clarify, action G2, as Chair of Audit and Accounts, I'd just like to point out that it is progressing, it's not completed. in that we have agreed in the Audit and Accounts Committee to seek further legal advice and then potentially release more information.
Thank you. That's very helpful clarification. Are there any further questions for Amanda? Thank you. Any comments on the report, or Steve?
Yes, I have an amendment to move, which you should be in receipt of, Chair. Yeah, I think that the words monitoring the peer review should be removed from this. I agree to the monitoring. The monitoring is a good action KPIs, particularly the bit about, sorry, not the peer review, the joint administration pact. The peer review is absolutely correct. I've got no problem with that. We've had this before at the first iteration of how the pact was going. I said this is being watered down from the original. It is not the actual pact agreement. At the second iteration, there was further distancing. We put in an amendment to request that the original pact is put in as a column against actually what is being monitored and delivered. And that was turned down and rejected by yourselves. We now have the words, this is a thematic view of what the original pact is. It bears little resemblance in some places to what you originally agreed, and yet a success claimed under this is a success for the pact agreement. I'll give you one classic example. You said that you were going to invest more in highways, and you claim that delivering £4 million extra on footpaths is a success for you. The £4 million extra on the footpaths was put forward by the Conservative administration before your pact. You, as in the Liberal Democrat Party and the Labour Party, which formed the joint administration, voted that down. And now you're claiming this as a measure of your KPI success. You're offering themes up instead of results. Your library transformation, where you promised to remove all charges for universal credit, got adjusted to remove the 50p on book reservations only, and you will launch a review on what else could be done and kicked it into long grass, and that's being monitored as a success now. So as I say, one thing after another gets watered down. It's no longer a KPI or a review of your joint pact. Now, I don't think that the public cares too much about this because they're not following it in line by line detail, but I think that considering that the pact was an agreement between the Labour and Liberal parties, I wonder where it is, who it is that you're trying to fool, that you're actually achieving what you set out in your plans, and perhaps it's keep the pact aligned. You have some things that you may or may not be rightfully proud of. One of the things that you may well be proud of is the increase in the real living wage. But the original pact was to set out that you would pay the real living wage to everybody and all your subcontractors. You've abandoned that. That's in the bookwork for the last strategy and resources. You cannot afford it. Therefore, you're awarding it to the internal employees only and those in adult social care subcontract only. Because it's outside the 4-year time limit, you cannot deliver the real living wage. So you put that in the strategy and resources paper for last time. This cannot be pursued because, excuse me, it's outside the 3-year time limit demanded to achieve that. And yet this is still monitored as a pact success. So the distance, as I said, between your original wording and the continual watering down increases. And now this thematic, that is the word used in the bookwork, monitoring is where you are going. And I just don't feel that it's fair to say that this is actually monitoring of your pact. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on this amendment? Councillor Bowden.
Very briefly, Chair, if I may. I will be supporting this proposed amendment, and I'd actually encourage you all to support it because all we're talking about here is clear accountability. But I do understand why it's embarrassing for members of the administration to compare what is being delivered in practice with what was promised. I understand it can be embarrassing to face reality and to realise that sometimes the things you've agreed cannot be achieved. I understand it can be embarrassing that sometimes circumstances change, and that means that what you've promised and what you've said will happen won't happen. That is reality, that is real life. So I understand it's embarrassing, but it's honest. And so the point about this amendment is, do we want a council which is honest about what the joint administration said originally and its achievements, or do we not? I would vote for honesty. I'd encourage the rest of you to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you. I do think that the group opposite needs to make up its mind. We had a debate a couple of meetings ago where the group opposite was demanding that we translate everything in the joint administration agreement word for word into this tracker. And now they're demanding with equal vehemence that we don't actually track what we've committed to do at all. It seems to me that the joint administration agreement is an important statement about the direction of the council, and that we therefore ought to be reporting back regularly on what we are achieving. I don't feel remotely embarrassed about the achievements of this joint administration, which I'm very proud to be a part of, and I'm sure that other members of the joint administration feel equally. I'm not going to stand for the misrepresentation of some of the points that are in the joint administration agreement. The leader of the Conservative group has referred to the commitment on the real living wage. And the commitment in the joint administration agreement was quite clear. The council will pay the real living wage for all its employees, which we have done, and work towards achieving real living wage foundation accreditation, including all contractors. Now, that's what we're working towards, and I'm absolutely committed to that. And I'm very proud of the fact that we've achieved the payment to all our employees, which is what we said we would do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers on this. Just before we move to a vote on the amendment, I would also like to add that I am extremely proud of the achievements of this administration and the progress that's been made on the Joint Action Tracker. I think it's a really impressive amount to have achieved in the relatively short time since we took over. I think that the success in delivering free school meals to every child in Cambridgeshire during the holidays is one of the things that I'm absolutely the most proud of. I think given the cost of living crisis and the utter failure of the government to provide any support to those families on benefits who are really struggling, it makes me feel that that is something that this council should be rightly proud of and is one of our key priorities. There are lots of others. On the highways issue, I am extremely frustrated that we have been given less money by government to address highways issues in the county. That is enormously frustrating. It's enormously frustrating for us and for pretty much every shire council across the country. On that note, I think we will now go to a vote on this amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, if you could raise your hands now. And all those against?
Chair, the result of the vote is 6 votes in favour, 8 votes against. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you. At which point I think we'll now move, unless, just a brief comment if that's all right, Steve.
Sorry, I understood we're now moving to the main debate. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm in favour of monitoring things. As I said earlier on, I don't believe that what you're monitoring is your pact, but I do believe that it's good monitoring and therefore largely support just a couple of pieces of information, what we've heard so far. The actual amount that the County Council received for highways funding this year was in excess of what they expected. And you were able to add that into your policy. That was from central government. I mean, we can all ask for more, but when you get more than you expected, that's a head start, I would have thought. In terms of the real living wage agreement, the pact says that you're looking to get real living wage accreditation. A real living wage accreditation, despite what just being told, has been abandoned, and that is in the strategy resources paper of last time, because you cannot hit the time frame for real living wage accreditation. So whilst there are some things which I acknowledge that you have the right to be proud of, as I pointed out earlier on, it's not true monitoring. Do believe in monitoring. Another point was, we did ask for monitoring of the pact, and we thought it was important to have that word for word, and that's absolutely correct. But to say that it is now there, that's not two different things. That's the same thing repeated over and over again. But yeah, I'll be supporting the main recommendation. On the peer review monitoring, just like to query that one element about the request for a transformation team, which the peer review team found vital and hasn't really made any progress. And this surprised me as a comment, because whilst I try and keep track of most things in the organisation, up until the joint administration took over, we did actually have a transformation team, which was funded out of the £28 million transformation fund, which you've now abandoned. So I would like to know what progress, if any, you are making on recreating the transformation team, or whether you think the peer review got it wrong and you do in fact still have one that was our legacy.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Goldsack and then I'll come back on that.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a simple point. At the top of page 17, item T6, there are many things that go on at ENGI, but I don't believe that should be the committee assigned to that one. I don't think ENGI have the responsibility to secure high quality transport infrastructure improvements. Sorry, that's noted, is it?
I'm just going to come back to Amanda, who is checking. But that does sound reasonable. I'm checking.
Well, high quality transport infrastructure secured from major developments. I'm not sure that is a matter for the ENGI, let alone the ENGI chairman. So
I think that's right. And the responsible officer for that is indeed part of the Highways and Transport Support. So it's the wrong committee in that column. I'll get that changed. Do you want me to come back on the transformation team point as well? So in the peer challenge review, there was a recommendation that a transformation team oversaw the shared services work. So we do have our bid directorate transformation team, as we have always had, and that's grown, but we haven't got a dedicated project group that oversees shared service work, because it is a project like any other across the council. So the peer challenge recommended that if we wanted to go deeper with shared services or disentangle any shared services, we would need to have a transformation team wrapped around that to make sure we got it right, which I think we would want to do.
Thank you. I hope that's clarified it.
Just for, if this is the direction of travel for that transformation team, consider developing an internal transformation team to own and drive the work in a consistent manner. Could we have more clarity in the next time that is brought forward then, please? Thank you.
Stephen.
Chair, perhaps if I can come in on that point following Amanda's clarification, if members will look in the appendices, you will see that I'm bringing a report to the next meeting of Strategy and Resources on shared services specifically. That will allow me to clarify the point around transformation resource on that fact. Amanda's rightly clarified that the existing transformation team and the bid directorate remains in place. So I'll clarify that in the report to the next committee.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands, so I think we'll go to the vote on the overall recommendations. So all those in favour of the recommendations, please. Thank you, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So we will move on to item 5, which is the finance monitoring report for the period ending the 31st of January. And the Assistant Director of Finance will introduce this report. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. I'll likewise try and keep this introduction fairly brief, but it is a pretty lengthy finance report with a number of recommendations and some important context to get across. So as you said, Chair, this is the Integrated Finance Monitoring Report for the period ending January 2022. As usual, it provides overall financial and related information building on reports that the service committees will have seen, as well as several other recommendations around financial management as we head into the end of the financial year. In terms of the overall forecast position, committee will see on page 37 that the revenue position is now forecast £14.2 million, or about 3% underspend. And on the capital side, there's a forecast underspend of about £23 million, or about 13%. On revenue particularly, members will note in the summary service table on page at 3.1 in the report that much of the underspend continues to remain within the People and Communities Directorate, which is borne out in the key service user activity data on pages 37 and 38, where many of our demand-led social care services have a lower than expected number of service users, indeed lower than the budgeted level of service users. Other principal causes of the overall forecast underspend continue to be the several provisions that we made in services or corporately, around the effects of COVID at the start of the financial year. An example of that is we made a provision for PPE or personal protective equipment spend at the start of the financial year when it was uncertain to what degree the council would have to fund those costs. Many of those provisions have not been needed or have been replaced by late announced government funding. And as unneeded provisions, they come through as a forecast underspend. I should emphasise, as I have several times before, that that many of the causes of this forecast underspend are either always temporary, such as many of those corporate provisions, or have been addressed through business planning, such as some of the underspends within people and communities. When we get the final outturn, which we'll start working on imminently at the end of the financial year, and we will have a look at any other budget variances to see if there are any ongoing surpluses or pressures that we haven't addressed in a budget reset that I expect to bring to committee in June. As the report sets out, we continue to have a very uncertain financial context, which you'll all be aware of, including the overall economic picture domestically and internationally, inflation being higher than expected when we set the budget, uncertain demand patterns, and particularly also the forecast deficit on the council's dedicated schools grant, which members can see the scale of in the summary table on page 41 of the report, and is continuing to be a concern of mine. That's the overall position. In terms of the recommendations, there are, I think, 13 recommendations. I won't go through them all in detail. I'll just pick out a couple of key ones, if I may. Recommendation B relates to the proposal to earmark some of the general underspend into a reserve for one-off investments within the highway service to improve delivery in the short term and to enable transformation to bring future improvements. Recommendation C and D also relate to earmarking funds into earmarked reserves. In these cases, to enable vital services within people and communities, particularly around hospital discharge services, to continue next financial year. And the context around those two in particular is that the council has secured additional funding late in the financial year in excess of budget that has enabled us to be able to carry forward some of the general underspend in those areas that has been caused by that. Recommendations I and M relate to several of our green energy schemes that have seen cost increases recently, in many cases due to the prices of raw materials. And those schemes need either additional potential borrowing to be agreed or budget changes to be agreed. I would say that in these cases, the rising cost of electricity that those schemes generate generally mean that or indeed in all cases, mean that the business cases remain viable. And then finally, recommendation L, committee will recall that council agreed the creation of a just transition fund in the business plan in February, set the value of that fund, the one-off reserve, at £14 million and allocated about 5 million of it for the first round of investments. The proposed criteria set out in the appendix to this report should guide future investments from this fund and ensure that they focus on key areas where that one-off money can make the most difference, specifically in the areas of environmental sustainability, poverty and inequalities, sustainable economy and public sector spending, and flooding. And I will leave the introduction there, Chair, if that's all right, and take any questions.
Thank you very much indeed, Stephen. Steve.
Thank you, Stephen. And I've got some questions, views and some comments. Just concentrating on the underspend at the moment, which you introduced as 14.7 or 14.2 million, indicated in the report, the actual underspend is 15.7, and you arrive at the 14 figure because you make the assumption that one of the recommendations, which is to spend some of that money, has gone through. And that is laid out in the nuts and bones of the report. But I said before, and I'll say it again, I don't find that very transparent. The underspend should be the big figure at the top, then you allocate it, and then if it goes through at the next meeting, once it's actually been passed, that is the figure that should be reflected. And the reason I make a comment on that is because there is also, not only is that underspend 15.715 as indicated in 2.2, but the way that the underspends are being allocated is into earmarked reserves for other years' expenditure. And I don't believe that in-year underspends are spent when you give them to another year. I think that's I don't know the word for it. I think that's a lack of transparency. I'm not going to go as far as false reporting or anything like that. I just think that there's a lack of transparency when you allocate monies from this year to another year and then you get a green light because your underspends are coming in. And if I can just give you an overall context for that, in this paper, it's £15.7 million. In a previous paper, there was £2 million went into adults, which is a reserve for next year. That makes it £19 million. Public health reserves of £3 million, not spent this year, are allocated into the other years. And all of that is given the green light. So it's £22 million of lack of delivery of services that is declared as okay because it's only 14.2. And if people here weren't keeping track of the total amount of underspends in some way, it wouldn't be very transparent. So that one is a comment, but if I've got any of that information incorrect, please do come back to me on it. The questions I've got are more about the recommendations. If we can just go back to them. On the recommendation for the Highways Maintenance Service, which is a large amount of separate and different things to improve the Highways Maintenance Service, I want to ask, did they go in front of the Highways Improvement Board and come through from that to start off with? On recommendation C, for improvements earmarked reserves for the adult social care and health workforce, did that go to the Adult Social Care and Health Committee rather than just come directly here? And can I know the amount that is being specified in recommendation D, please? Thank you.
Yep. I should say generally these reports are forecast, so that's the reason why the recommendations, the impact of the recommendations are factored into the overall forecast position, because we're projecting the end situation at the end of the financial year. In terms of your specific questions, Councillor Count, the recommendation B on the highways, I don't believe has been to Highways and Improvement Committee. I think this was a relatively late proposal. As things have been worked out. Recommendations C and D, I think, did go before Adults and Health Committee, which was a bit more recently. Recommendation D, in terms of the overall amount, obviously the recommendation is to delegate the confirmation of the amount to the Chief Finance Officer, so we don't know the final amount, but I think it's going to be in the region of £6 million.
Thank you. Can I ask, is there £6 million or a range identified anywhere in the paperwork?
Sorry, can you repeat that question, please, Councillor Count?
On the final recommendation, D, where it's a delegation for the figure, delegation from this committee to Chair, Vice Chair, you now mentioned that there's a figure of around £6 million. Can I ask you if there is a range, say from £4 to £8 million or £6 million or anything like that in the paperwork or in the recommendation, or is it just an open-ended recommendation?
The range is not mentioned in the paper anywhere. This is, again, a relatively late development subject to still ongoing discussions. So at the time of drafting and publication of the report, the amount wasn't really known.
Thank you, Stephen. I've got Peter and then Graham.
Thanks, Chair. Just trying to answer Steve's question about the highways components in the Highways Improvement Board. So to try and clarify on this, on the 1.1 million for the first component, the two largest items were, it's entitled removing potholes, but actually we discussed extensively with Mac and other members of the committee that this, as it's quoted here, the sort of patchwork quilt, as it's reported here, we wanted to see a more extensive and comprehensive set of repairs to potholes. As you know, we're still running at 50 to 60,000 a year of repairs. So that did come before the Highways Improvement Board. In terms of road markings, that also came. Some of the other individual components, when we come down to the second tranche, the 390,000, we did discuss in detail around the new asset management system. We didn't at the Highways Improvement Board quantify all the individual amounts that went against those items, and I'm sure Mac will want to come back on that. But the general thrust and the majority of the expenditure identified was discussed at Highways Improvement Board and would be again in future.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Graham, Mac, did you want, just before I bring you in, Graham, did you want to comment on that, Mac, or not particularly? Fine, I'll take Graham first in that case. Thank you, Graham.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. When I was a young engineer, I used to be told that underspending is as bad as overspending, because if you don't spend the money, somebody else could. In this instance, am I correct that there are no implications in us underspending, that the money will roll forward into next year? There's no government grants or anything else that might be knocked off as a result of this. And as a more minor question, in the table that goes in paragraph 3.1, the overall status for everything is shown as green. At what stage does a large forecast variance move the thing from green to some other color to highlight that this is not really as good as it could be?
Thank you, Stephen.
In terms of the implications of the overall underspend, the underspend reported is a general fund underspend. The underspend will roll into general reserves at the end of the year. Indeed, the business plan that you set in February at full council assumed a level of underspend as it was reported, I think, in November. So there's no implications for government grants. Indeed, things like public health, which is a grant-funded service, does not show a underspend in that table. It's reported separately. In terms of the RAG status, as we, I think, discussed at previous committees, the RAG status doesn't change to amber in terms of the underspend position. It's an underspend in the current rubric. It always is green. I'm not sure off the top of my head at what stage it shifts to amber. It's not been a consideration this year for any of the services. I think it's, Tom might know from recollection, probably about 2%, I should say, but we're going to review the how this summary table is presented in the next financial year to take into account feedback about what many members have said about an underspend is not always necessarily a green situation.
Thank you, Stephen. Mac.
Thank you, Chairman. Just picking up Councillor McDonald's response in a way to Councillor Kent's point. Yes, we have in Highways Improvements Board and on the Highways Committee discussed such things as the patchwork effect of potholes and this sort of thing. And I know it's something that Councillor Milne in particular was concerned about, and we all support that. But it would be misleading to give the impression that we were aware of any of these specific allocations of money before it came here. I think you said it was a late item anyway, bringing it to you. But it's not unusual, and it's been going on for years. I was discussing our concerns about potholes. Sorry, I'm not speaking into mic. Our concern over potholes. So whilst I welcome any additional investment in this, as you say, it would be misleading to give the impression that we discussed this in any detail because we weren't even aware of it. But so, notwithstanding my welcome it, while I've got the floor, can I just pick up on, if I can draw your attention? I think it's page 87. Yes, page 87, which is part of Appendix 6 on the allocation of highways. That and again, Councillor McDonald made reference to the new asset management system. As I pointed out at the last Highways Committee, the asset management system, although some people have not heard of it, thought it was something that has been in place for a long time. But it is under review, obviously. So it's not new in that sense. But it's quite interesting. If you could look at that, that's the 5th bullet point down under the item 2, which is keeping it right for our customers tomorrow. I appreciate there's a typo, an interesting typo there, because it says in that particular sentence, could reduce the implementation time from 18 months to 12 years. That doesn't seem to be a reduction. That seems to be an awful long time. Appreciate that's a typo, but I'm making the assumption it's 12 months or 1 year. So just some clarification on that. 12 years does seem an awful long time.
Yes, I presume it should be 1 year or 12 months.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Is that, thank you, Mac. Josh.
Thanks, Lucy. Just really following on from Councillor Wilson's point, excuse me, just to say, you're absolutely right, Councillor Wilson, an underspend can be just as bad as an overspend. But the assumption that just because you can carry that over to a future year, there's no implications is definitely incorrect. There are implications of underspend. That means that money hasn't been deployed the way that you as the administration wanted to. It means it's failed to deliver the services that the public need and require. and it means that there's been a failure in delivery generally by the administration. So I appreciate that from a financial perspective, you can just roll it over, but let's not let the public think for 1 second that an underspend is in any way something we could just shrug our shoulders up and say it's not a bad thing because we can spend it next year. It is a failure to deliver. Thank you, Chair.
Lucy, can I just come back on that?
Yes.
Yeah, just to be clear, I didn't say or even imply, Josh, as you well know, that it was a good or a bad thing. I was simply clarifying that there is no implications as far as the money goes, that we will be able to transfer all of the money into reserves and then spend it in due course. Just be aware that this joint administration took power in May. Most of the planning for the year which we are currently in was done prior to that. And as we've heard from Stephen, a lot of the reasons for the variations in people and communities have come about because the demand that has been forthcoming was not and it was not as originally predicted. So I just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Steve, can I? Are you about to raise your amendment? Okay. Can you keep your comment on this relatively brief in that case, and then maybe we'll move to.
So my impression, Councillor Netzinger, was earlier on we was asked to ask questions of officers. I did. I stopped, and now I want to make some points. Thank you.
Sorry, Steve, can I just clarify? Are you, if we're now moving to the full debate, can I suggest that we move to the amendment and then the full debate?
I'm happy to do that if you come back to me after we've dealt with the amendment for the full debate. Thank you. The amendment is quite a simple one. I won't bother reading it out because it's been circulated and it's been published. But the nuts and bolts of it is last July, the Community Social Mobility Inclusion Committee passed a resolution by unanimous vote to ask Strategy and Resources for a minimum of £5 million to be considered from the capital fund for this coming year. For whatever reason, that never got considered by Strategy and Resources. I'm aware that we think there was it slipped through the cracks behind the scenes. I believe Councillor Netzinger is also aware of that. However, in the explanation we've had, the explanation was an apology from officers. I don't want to harp on that, but it seems to me improper that the Cosmic Committee was never formally replied to or formally given an explanation. So I'm not here to ask for that £5 million. I'm not asking to open the debate on the £5 million. I just think that it's appropriate that this committee that didn't address that question is given the same answer why it didn't address that question as the Cosmic Committee, because it is sitting there behind closed doors. The answer to that is happening behind closed doors, and it has never, ever been addressed. And it was a formal resolution. So I think it's incumbent on this committee, through you, Chair, as chair of this committee, to write a letter to us and to them why it never got addressed. Thank you.
So I don't know whether there's anyone else who wants to comment on this before I do. Doesn't look like it. Amanda, do you want to?
Yes, I was just going to comment, Chair, that when I was in the role as interim chief executive, I did do an investigation into this and why it hadn't happened. And we do have a briefing paper on that, which I think it would be appropriate to share with all members of this committee. Outside the committee, I don't think it needs to come back here, but we can share that paper about the decision making and why it went through an officer decision making process. And we did, as Councillor Cantons acknowledged, officers have apologised that didn't formally go back to Cosmic Committee as it should have done. So I think that briefing could be circulated.
Tom.
And just to add to that, I think that the members of the Cosmic Committee have received that note by circulation, and that did enable a debate at it on Cosmic on the public record.
Thank you. Elisa.
Just a very, very brief point. I mean, I appreciate on the officer side and on the technical side, we've heard the answer. From the political side, there's a very obvious answer to what the answer to that resolution was. We came here with a business plan. We came here with a business plan. That money was going to be decided at that point, do you want 5 million or not? We had that debate at Strategy and Resources, and we didn't have, so far as I can remember, any proposition from the opposition that that £5 million should go in. So if I'm completely honest, I don't understand what the fuss is.
Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So there's a couple of differences to what's being suggested, what's going on, and the clarity from Councillor Machini. As we know from the rather fractious last meeting of the Strategy and Resources on this issue, even the officers said it could have been clearer what was and wasn't in the business plan, and the fact that the question of whether it was in the business plan or not is contained in that briefing note was asked by the chair of the committee of officers, because he understood it was in after the business plan, indicates just how confusing that was, which led to nobody putting a proposal forward. So to suggest that we should somehow put a proposal in when it was perfectly, when it seemed to both the chair of the Cosmic Committee and to us that proposal was there and had been confirmed verbally. So I think that's a bit of a red herring. But to circulate the briefing notes is different from the officers behind. This is going back to transparency and honesty behind the closed doors. There was a formal public request from the Cosmic Committee to the S&R Committee. They have been circulated a behind closed doors response. The appropriate response, seeing as it wasn't considered, should be a public response. I take it, if you're happy to endorse the briefing note and say, I endorse the officers' briefing notes and send it to them, there should be a public response on record from the S&R Committee to the Cosmic Committee, and then the public can see that, which they haven't seen at the moment. And I think that's the appropriate way forward, not just to say we sent an email to some members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just before we move on, is there a seconder for Councillor Camp's amendment? Thank you. Is there anybody else who wants to comment on this? Okay, so my personal view on this, and I've been in a number of meetings where this has been discussed at some length, is that actually this whole debate has been very much had in the public. The original recommendation from the Cosmic Committee was that this should be considered. It was considered as part of the budget process, which is what the briefing note says. That briefing note, if members of this committee or in fact members of the entire council would like to have that briefing note, they're very welcome to. But what that briefing note does is lay out the process that led to the budget decision. As far as the public are concerned, the budget was set via the budget process. So that should be very clear. It's very open and transparent. So I don't think there is any need for any further process on this. I'm perfectly happy that all members should be welcome to have the briefing note that was sent to the Cosmic Committee, which explains that process. But I don't think there's any need for any further work on this. Josh, well, I was summing up, Josh, so I would prefer very brief, please.
Thank you, Lucy. Yeah, just a brief question then for the officers, and maybe they can take this away. Were there any expressions of interest in the potential capital fund that we were aware of, or even initial inquiries when that was being discussed? Because you've just suggested the public were all very aware that this was not set in the budget process, so presumably there'd be no expressions of interest. So if we could clarify that.
I'm not going to take that question now because I don't think that that's a part of the debate that we're having on this amendment.
And it wasn't up to you, it was asking the officers if they could provide that information to this committee. Thank you.
I'm the chair of the committee. I can decide. I had said that I was summing up. I don't want to reopen a whole new debate. Thank you very much. I'm going to move to a vote on this amendment, please. All those in favour of the amendment, if you could please show. And all those against?
Chair, the result of the vote is 6 votes in favour, 8 votes against. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the debate on the main recommendations. Councillor Cant.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I won't harp on the fact that you've just used the chair authority to stop officers from asking what might be uncomfortable questions. I shall move on. So my biggest concern is, despite the nice way that this report is written and saying that most of the money, the underspend, is in place and economy, that's hardly surprising when they had probably have 70% of the budget. The fact is, we're now looking at over £20 million of undelivered services this year. And with all the excuses in the world. Those are services that are not being delivered to the public. I think that's a dangerous route to take, to simply wash it away, green light it. I think Councillor Wilson was absolutely right to highlight the fact that unspent money can be as bad as overspent money, because not just because it may be penalised next year, but the actual fact of the matter is these are services that have not been delivered, that aren't being delivered. If we look at the funding for the £1.49 million for the highways, which a press release has already gone out for, saying investment, extra investment in the highways, it fails to mention the fact that there's about the same amount not delivered from the £90 million highway schemes budget, but that has a different title. So you lose 1.45 million in one area and gain it 1.49 and describe that as additional money in highways. It's not, it's virtually the same as where you started, just a different label going towards it. I'm a little bit concerned at the way that you're moving to a quasi-committee system. I pointed out this morning that the funds for Highway Maintenance Service, recommendation B, £1.49 million, did not go to the Highways Improvement Board or come forward from the Highways as a formal recommendation. That has not happened. Now, seeing as these are earmarked funds for next year, what would have been the harm with using the May Strategy and Resources Committee meeting for that? I don't know, but that would be appropriate that it goes through the cycle and uses Highways Committee. In the same way, the Adults Committee, whilst it's discussing general principles, I do not see this as an official recommendation from the Adults Committee. I may be wrong on that because apparently it's gone there, but it's certainly not written in that way in the paperwork. On recommendation D, which I hope you'll take separately at the end, there is no way at all that I could ever agree a recommendation to delegate anything like this, to give just the power to give away up to £16 million, and you don't know where that will land, and to be told during the committee meeting, remember, amendments are outlawed unless they have political acceptance from the political chair, to hear on the day that it could be around £6 million when nothing in the paperwork tells us what that's going to be. And just expect us to sign up to D, which is an unlimited delegation, is inappropriate. And I personally would have been ashamed when I was chair of this similar committee to have put forward a recommendation of that amount. With regards to the 3 solar projects cited by the Conservatives, of which we're incredibly proud, there you have cost overruns, one after another after another. Abraham is having a second bite at the cherry. The first decision was made outside the committee behind closed doors. And my comments there are, it's not acceptable just to say, well, costs have gone up, but we're going to earn more to say everything is okay. Actually, there needs to be more of a financial management of these projects, which we were promised and still doesn't seem to have got a grip of capital projects going forward. I have a major concern about the underspends in adult social care budgets. In fact, we know that adults and children's social care, we know that the vacancy rate in adults is about 16%. We know the vacancy rate in children is about 26%. Highways are 60 officers down at the moment. The hemorrhaging of staff at every single level, including senior level, is much more than this organisation can cope well with. And to not have a major section on that and talk about lack of delivery of over £20 million worth of services and not mention the fact that you have such a massive shortfall of officers, which should be raising alarm bells for everybody, is worrying for me, and we will come back into that into a later paper. I agree with Councillor Wilson's comments, and I raised this at the spokes group. Non-delivery of services and underspend when it gets to a certain amount should have a system where it starts going amber and red. And at the spokes group, I was informed that we don't have that facility because it's not happened, certainly not in living memory, that I can recall an underspend of this amount. So I'm glad that they've taken request from Spokes and the second request from Councillor Wilson today, that consideration be given to just how bad has your lack of service delivery been, gets to, as in terms of underspend, before you finally stop reporting it as a green result. In transparency, I'm worried by 8.2.2, where the underspend of capital underspend is 23.5 million. Again, this is a matter of transparency, because that is £25 million plus the contingency budget for underspend, which is another 36.5 million. So the true figure is £60 million underspend on capital budgets, which is when it's presented as 23, but it does give an indication of just how far adrift services are getting at the moment. We do have spokes meetings where we try and air some of the schemes, and I did point out some of the information on the Cromwell Road at Wisbeach, which is captured on page 54. And I said, you can't just say that it's a bit late when it's a month late, when it's really, really late. Can we put the original date in? And that has been adjusted to February 22, so it's 2 months late. I can tell you and officers there that I have letters involving the MP Stephen Barclay going back to September 21 why it wasn't done. So I'm sorry, but I'm not happy that when we request extra information, it's not fully flushed out to the utmost extent. As mentioned earlier, excuse me, as mentioned earlier, some of the some of the underspends are much more concerning than the general headlines given. In the people and communities, 9.711 million, conditions, suitability and maintenance. The underspend at that is 40% underspend at the end of the year, and it's just not recognised as a significant issue. I did point out during the budget debate, when you raised council tax to the maximum to put £6 million in the general reserves, you did not have to. I said then that you already were aware of the behind the scenes figures, which were more up to date than the published budget figures, which were £7.7 million, and they were running at 11, or was it 12 million pounds back then that you was aware of. So you did not need to, 13 million. So you did not need to put up the council tax by that amount to put it into general reserves. You could have still met your 4% guidance, which you've set now. I now see that even that figure was grossly underestimated. I'm not blaming anyone, things move, but you're now looking at county fund balance, ignoring the fact that you've already spent £6 million in allocations to other years, will stand at £42 million at the end of this year. And I think when the people of Cambridgeshire realise you're sitting on a £42 million underspend, general county fund reserve balance, when you wanted it to be 28, and there's £6 million already allocated to other years, I think that is a far cry from the press statements that went out at the time that said you were putting up council tax to protect services. You've put up council tax to do nothing more than squirrel it away in a bank account. I think I'm getting the very end, if I may. That's it. Lot to take in there, but by and large, it's a long document. We spent probably more time on this than many others, but it's going the wrong way. There are two basic reasons that it's going the wrong way. You're not delivering services, you're not delivering capital projects, and you're describing that as underspends. And the second real big problem you have is your lack of trust of the committee system, which has served so well in the past. You're starting to treat this as a quasi-cabinet and actually bring things here that have not been through the committee system to be spent and signed off, showing a lack of mistrust. If you're going to be a cabinet, at least have the nerve to tell your backbenchers, which is how you treat them, that you're a cabinet and not a committee system.
Thank you. There were a lot of comments in there. I just wonder whether, Stephen, you'd like to comment on the questions about item D. Oh, maybe Tom, do you want to?
Yes. If it's okay, Chair, can I just comment on a couple of other things as well to provide the committee with context? I think we've heard it already, but the predominant factor causing the underspend, the revenue underspend across the council, is that levels of demand and activity for services aren't as high as when we planned. And it's important to keep in mind the context that this is an extraordinary period for anticipating the demand that we're facing. Two of my roles in advising the council on setting budgets is that we need to be appropriately prudent, that we have fully considered the estimates that we have, and that we're taking both a view on the first year of the plan and a multi-year focus. So I think it's important the committee keeps in mind the uncertainty we're currently facing about demand levels. And personally, I think there's something to be said for over anticipating demand at this point in time because of the uncertainty we're facing. The other important point about longer term context is we're facing significant inflation risk at the moment. And Stephen at the beginning referred to the high needs block deficit that we're currently carrying. So forecast to be over 40 million at the end of this year, and rising to 60 or 70 million, I think, over the coming years. Very recent indications from Department of Education, where they're working with authorities with similar deficits, is that authorities are being asked to put forward significant amounts of their own funds, their own reserves, to contribute to that deficit. And that will be an important issue that this committee wants to return to as we're approached by DfE going forwards. Just on recommendation D then, I would recognise that does provide an unusual level of delegation and more than we would normally put forward. I think the safeguards are there in the recommendation. It's a delegation to myself, as well as another senior officer, the Executive Director of People and Communities, and in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair. There has been consultation, I understand, with the Adults Committee. It reflects that this is a complex and very short notice negotiation involving ourselves and 4 different NHS organisations. Inevitably, there's some sensitivity to securing that and the information we can put in the public domain at different times. But it's really important, in my view, that we do accept that money and recognise it in the local system. And the other thing I'd say on timing is there is a point here about continuity of service. We could have perhaps brought some of this retrospectively to the committee in May, but at the moment, some of these services wouldn't have been funded from the 1st of April onwards. And that's why that delegation is there to the Executive Director of People and Communities to sustain that discharge support in what remain quite uncertain times for budget planning.
Tom, can I just clarify something on that? And I think it's possible that we might ask you to send a briefing note to members about that specific reserve after the meeting to make sure that it is clear to members. My understanding is that a substantial amount of this is money coming from the NHS into that reserve rather than from this council. Is that correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. It's additional NHS money to recognise costs that we have already expended this financial year. The way the accounting needs to work is there is a 2-stage movement that then frees up local authority funding, which we've agreed through that negotiation to make available to spending plans next year.
Thank you, that's helpful. But I do think it would be helpful to have something to members to explain in a bit more detail, but I understand that it would be better if that was done to members after the meeting. Thank you. Any other comments on this, Lorna? And then Josh.
Thank you, Lucy. I just wanted to comment on the particular aspects of this which are within the remit of my committee, in particular Swaffham Prior Community Heat Scheme, North Angle Solar Farm and Babraham Road Smart Energy Grid. And yes, of course, prices are increasing hugely in that. We are not unique, surprisingly, in that. There are major challenges to projects all over the country, indeed all over the world, partly because of COVID, which is not anything that we can control from the point of view of how it affects projects like this. We can do our best to mitigate, but we can't prevent it happening. And then, of course, there is the self-inflicted economic damage of Brexit, which is continuing to affect projects all over the place. There is a global economic situation. We're told, I believe, that we are facing the worst reduction in living standards in the UK since the 1950s. We have a major set of concurrent big issues and crises on our hands. And it's not surprising that, like everybody else, we are facing challenges with the funding of these, as has been pointed out in the overall, because of the escalation of gas and electricity and fuel prices. Generally, the outturn for these projects looks better. And I realise that that's an accounting issue rather than anything else, but it does also matter. But what I would say is that we have a very good working group, the Green Investment Advisory Group, working on these issues, keeping a very close eye, developing expertise in these areas, churning through a lot of figures, getting a lot of facts, some really good and productive officer conversations. And I would say to the leader of the opposition that some of his members actually make very productive and helpful contributions to those meetings, for which I thank them. And that is a much better and more productive way of doing business than simply trying to score points about international situations in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh.
Thanks, Lucy. And thank you very much, Lorna. I was delighted to establish the Green Investment Working Group, and I'm so pleased that you said it works so well. That's really, really pleasing to hear. And if I may, Lucy, this is a genuine request. I think all of us would agree, whichever party you sit in, that the former chair of Adults Committee, Councillor Anna Bailey, was dogged in her hard work and dedication to improving adult services for the people of Cambridgeshire, and worked tirelessly. So much so that I'm sure Steve won't mind me saying he probably has a few more grey hairs from Anna coming forward with so many suggestions about how she could spend money that Steve was trying desperately to get together. We've heard today that the reason there's an underspend from Tom and from yourselves is because there is a lack of demand in that service, or a demand reduction. Whenever we had, in the very few occasions we had that situation when we were in administration, we looked at transformational ways and transformational options and schemes and preventative work, because that's surely the way forward. If we have extra capacity, then the way to try and meet future demand is, rather than sit back and say, well, that's great, we can squirrel money away and we haven't had the demand. I think largely probably the demand reduction maybe because of the good work that Councillor Bailey did in the past. Really can't deny that. I'm sure that has had a positive contribution. But when we have this extra capacity now, as we appear to have, I would implore you, Lucy, and the full joint administration to come forward with business plan proposals. There seemed to be quite a lack of those in the past, and transformational proposals where we could say that lack of demand is going to be something which is sustained because of preventative measures, because of transformational work, because of really ambitious ways of saying, this is how we want to look after our older people and vulnerable people in Cambridgeshire. There's no politics behind that comment. It's just to implore you to say, if you've got that money, if you've got that capacity, then please let's try and make things better for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Just two things as briefly as I can make them. The first one in general about the underspend, and the second one in particular about that recommendation D, which seems to be causing so much grief. Now, in terms of the underspend, you have heard from the officers, as of the next, how many days does March have? 31? As of the next 2 days, we're still in the previous financial year, as it was. The planning that we've done for this year wasn't ours. This was your planning. I am not at all blaming you for getting it wrong. Things are extremely complicated, but please try not to blame us because it's just ridiculous. In terms of, in terms of recommendation D, I'm not going to do that because I don't have time, but I welcome anybody who, is interested in sort of seeing whether this is as scandalous as has been portrayed. if there was at any point in the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, any recommendations to officers to close down negotiations ahead of the close of the financial year, because we're not going to have another meeting in the next 2 days. I mean, I don't know exactly whether that's been done before, but I would hazard a guess it's not that unlikely. And finally, the idea that we've had preventative services over the last 5 years is absolutely, like, if I hadn't finished my coffee, I'd have spat it out. We had a transformation fund that we never spent. It sat at the same level for about 5 years, because after a while, and once again, I'm not blaming you for this, but after a while, there is just nothing else that you can transform. You just have to serve the demand on the ground as far as we can do. Now, I look forward to having this debate in the next, I don't know, 12 months or something. We will have a final SNR meeting before the next financial year closes, and we will talk about it then. But to be honest, the point scoring is absolutely ridiculous. So, you just have to, you can hear from the officer, but you're going to hear from the politicians after, and that's just what we're doing.
Thank you. Peter.
Just briefly, because in Steve's narrative, there were 2 specific things. One was Cromwell Road in Wisbech, which was delayed. One of the reasons why Cromwell Road in Wisbech is delayed is because the specification that we set on materials is extremely hard in the market to source those promptly into the standard that we want. And that's laid out in the report, Steve. Second one was, oh, and by the way, on Cromwell Road, don't forget that Simon was very, very happy that Mac and I and Highways approved £600,000 resurface on Cromwell Road. So don't forget that. You mentioned on resources and, officer resource and all the rest. I mean, we had a very good discussion in here with Mac and other members of the committee on resources. It was a very transparent discussion where we have shortages in highways. What's happening as a result of those shortages, for example, with LHIs, it was a very transparent discussion. And we had unanimity, I think, in the committee what to do about that. So it's not something that we're in any sense trying to gloss over. And I think the working in that committee was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Steve, you've had quite, okay.
Yes, I'll just contain myself to recommendation D, although I could. Anyway, recommendation D, as I said, should have come here with some sort of bandwidth to it. We've heard from officers that actually this may lead to non-delivery of services. Right? As you said, did I hear that right or wrong?
Can you just clarify which are you? Is this in reference to D that you're talking about, lack of delivery of services?
Did I not hear that correctly? That was from Tom. Can you clarify, Tom? Did I hear that correctly or not?
I think the benefit of the recommendation is it gives officers clarity to implement according to their professional judgment. I think we're not in the alternative scenario. We know more information about this now than we did when we published the papers, which is why Stephen's been able to refer to the figure. I think in the alternative, we probably would have been able to accept the money under the officers' delegations that exist in any case, but there might have been some ambiguity about how quickly we could start spending it, which is why we've worded the recommendation in that way.
Sorry, can you bear with me 1 second, Chair? I did ask whether we were told just a minute ago whether we were told there might be a non-delivery of services, and whilst I got an answer, I don't think it covered that point. The point was about clarity. Am I right to understand that the transfer of funding into an earmarked reserve, which is recommendation D, is the money coming from NHS, which may be 6 million or not, or it's to agree expenditure, which may be £6 million? Is it expenditure? Because it says we've got to put it in reserve and delegate to agree expenditure from this reserve as set out in section 6.4. And this is for next year, by the way.
Thank you. Yes. So it will be earmarked to take it into next year. And then the final part of the recommendation is to delegate to the Executive Director of People and Communities authority to agree expenditure from this reserve as set out in section 6.4.
But my understanding is that money is coming from the NHS into this authority for us to then spend.
Effectively, yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tom. So I go back to my earlier comment. There is no way that I would accept an expenditure of, well, now appears to be up to £6 million without anything being in the paperwork and giving such a wide brief for just a simple delegation when there is a Strategy and Resources Committee date in May. It's a reserve date, but that is the appropriate place to start doing this. There will be no lack of delivery of services because the distance between whenever this is agreed, we are now at March the 28th or whatever it is, and the May committee date is entirely capable within officer delegations. There'll be no lack of delivery of services. So just to let you know that I stay with my original position, I will not be supporting D and hope you can take that separately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments on this paper or this debate? Okay, in which case I will sum up very briefly and then we'll move to the vote. So there were an awful lot of things that were raised by Steve at the beginning of the meeting. One of those was on capital spending. Yes, there has been slippage on capital spending, given the situation, the volatility of the situation that Tom has referred to. I think that is not in any way surprising. I think we are all aware of the difficulties. But I would also like to point out that actually capital slippage on schemes is something that has been an issue for this council for a long time. It is something that needs tackling, but it's not in any way new. The second thing I want to raise is the issue about council tax and the related issue about the incredible volatility of the situation that we're finding ourselves in, and our finance team are finding themselves in terms of trying to predict spending in the coming years. It is extremely difficult coming out of a pandemic with an incredibly volatile international situation on top of that to try and predict what demand will be in adult services, what demand will be in children's services, and what our costs are going to be. And I think for us to have not made a prudent budget in in February of this year for the long term, but to have been relying on short-term underspends in order to fund our long-term services would have been deeply irresponsible. And I completely stand by the decision that we made then. And I'm very relieved that we did, because the potential for rising costs to put this council in a very difficult financial situation is huge. Finally, on underspends generally, I absolutely recognise what's been said by members from all sides of this room, that underspends are not necessarily a good thing, and they're particularly not a good thing in some of our people-facing services, and sometimes when they are caused by understaffing. And we need to be really aware of the fact that we are struggling to recruit staff, and that is a real problem for us. It's not a problem that is only for this council, it's a problem for all councils and for many, many institutions. And it was one of the things that when I was in the European Parliament, we were warned about by the BMA, the impact that Brexit would have on staffing in social care and in health. And I'm afraid that those warnings are turning out to be, unfortunately, surprisingly accurate and really worrying. It's a huge problem for us, and it's a huge problem for many, many other institutions. We will need to be taking that very seriously. I know that there is a lot of work being done on how we can improve our retention of our workforce, how we can make sure that we have the people that we need, but it is a massive issue and not one we're taking in any way lightly. So I would now like to move to the vote. I will take them separately. So if we take all of the recommendations except for item D first, if I can see all of those in favour of all of the recommendations except for item D. Thank you, that's unanimous. And now all those in favour of item D, please raise your hands. And all those against.
Chair, the result of the vote is 8 votes in favour, 6 votes against. The recommendation is therefore carried.
Thank you very much. thank you everyone for what I think was a good debate. If we now move on to item 6, item 6 is this land monitoring update, and we will move to the Director of Resources who will present this one.
Thank you. At the last meeting, results of the shareholder review of this land commissioned from an external advisor were received. A number of recommendations were made covering the company's financial and commercial position, its resourcing and personnel, and its strategy and objectives. Pleased to report that constructive work to implement and respond to the recommendations is progressing. The company is undertaking significant engagement, particularly with the council as it comes to refresh its business plan. Pages 103 to 106 of the agenda pack cover the company's summary commentary in response to recommendations, and also highlights its headline approach to risk management and the controls inside the company. A number of members of this committee engaged directly with the committee at the shareholder meeting. A number of members of this committee engaged directly with the company at the shareholder monitoring meeting last week, and that was an opportunity to probe the board directly on some of the individual enhancements and improvements that are being made. At page 95, we see codification of the company's strategic priorities, which I think is helpful. This includes a focus on meeting the company's financial obligations to the council going forward, alongside an emphasis on greater transparency and additional regard to customer service and community engagement, as well as a core focus on environmental and social governance matters. At 2.4, we report that we've begun working with the company through the updates they have made so far to their financial model, which was a key area identified by the reviewer as an area requiring attention. That does remain work in progress, and once we have the full updated model, will be subject to further external validation and review. Taking the committee through the recommendations, recommendation B refers as part of the review work and the annual refresh of its business plan. The company is consulting on 2 matters in particular, which were discussed at the shareholder monitoring meeting last week. And they mention in particular the relative weighting of risk management relative to priorities. At recommendation D, the committee will be aware that the company is due to appoint the next chairman, and through that recommendation we provide the mechanism for the shareholder to make that appointment, and that will include a councillor consultation panel conducting the final interviews. And at C, this is the more transactional progression of the company's work, I would say. So alongside making progress with individual developments and preparations for the sale of houses, we need to add to the list of sites that the committee has previously agreed for release of the council's mortgages and rights. And we've developed a protocol with the company's lawyers that does that in a stepped way as the individual properties come up for release. And we asked the committee through that recommendation to provide the shareholder sign off for that approach. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for Tom? No. Peter.
Just one small one, which is an observation, not any change to the recommendation, which is where we have disposals, Tom, for example, in Foxton is one of those on the list. And the parish council is generally supportive of what this land wants to do. And just to make sure in every situation, what we're hoping to do is in line with the local neighbourhood plan. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further comments or observations? Steve.
Comments and observations, if you like. I do have an amendment later on then. Just on the page 111, 3.8, this seems like a good thing, the biodiversity thing. I thought this was an excellent project that's come forward, started as acknowledged last year over a year ago by the Conservatives. now starting to come to fruition. And I think I am. My apologies, Chair. Let me just move back up. Sorry. Yeah, of course, they haven't got that land. So I'll come out and come back.
Thank you. That's fine. Councillor Coulthard.
Thank you, Lucy Chair. Just a point, really, an observation. At 3.6, titled Elsewhere, the third point down talks about the Soham Eastern Gateway. Soham is obviously my ward. The risk of being slightly parochial here, and I will willingly take it up with them direct. I'd just like to point out that is the same update that we've seen in the last 6 reports. You know, there's huge impact. It's a development, I can tell you, of 550 houses, which is a percentage, is by far the largest development in our town. And I would welcome any support that officers can give on finding a bit more information out about this, please.
Thank you, Mark. I think that probably the easiest thing to do would be for you to get in touch with a company who I'm sure will be happy to talk to you about it. Any further comments? I think perhaps then we'll come back to Councillor Camp for your amendment.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry for the earlier confusion. I heard the word land and jumped off to another paper, but there we go. Yes, I'm proposing an additional recommendation E, and that is agree that any changes accepted by this land to reduce returns in exchange for increased affordable housing to be quantified and reported to the next available meeting of the Strategy and Resources Committee. So that is the actual amendment. I'll give you the background to my thinking around that. And I was at the shareholder this meeting this week, so I know some of what's going on. I know the amounts going on at the moment. I'm just unclear at the moment whether those are being released for public consumption or not, or what will come in the future, because it may be that if this is accepted, we have to have some confidential papers in the future to deal with this matter. But the reason I'm bringing it forward is the delivery of affordable housing is admirable. We're all in support of it. I think it's very welcome. You know, I've done everything I can to increase it where I'm able, and I certainly do believe in it. However, there is a cost to that. The cost is borne by our company. We are the 100% shareholder. This land, should they agree to it, it's never free. And I think there comes a point at which you have to say, is this good value or not? It's a simple enough question. Now, the people to make that decision, so this land, if they were unfettered as they were before, and their drive was to deliver revenue, to deliver services for the county council, it was a very clear message: give us money so we can deliver things like adult social care and children's social care. If you adjust the amount that you are going to get for that in order to increase affordable housing, then it's only appropriate you know how much you are giving up on in order to deliver how many units of housing. And I think that is a question that the shareholder is not the shareholder representative, Councillor Netzinger, it is the council. And the council exercises its shareholder rights, firstly through the Strategy and Resources Committee, and second of all through the shareholders. And seeing it's an important issue, we need to have a view when they say we are going to give up on X million pounds of return for you to deliver children's services, and in return give you X number of affordable homes, then I think that's something that we should be aware of and consider as a whole, and not just have it happen behind closed doors. It's an important discussion point, very much in favour of affordable housing, but we have to know what we're giving up in order to achieve it. Thank you, Chair.
Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. The provision of additional affordable housing is necessary right across the county. We all know that, and we all have our different pressures in different areas. And there are different pressures in different areas, I have to say. We don't have the same problem in the north of the county that some of you have got in the south of the county, but we've all got our problems, and we all find them very serious and difficult to meet. So I'm not in principle against what is being suggested as far as that is concerned, but what is vitally important is that we know the numbers which are involved. And as you're aware, Chair, from another place, in the combined authority, it's very much been the case that the cost of additionality in terms of affordable housing is kept very much under review and is watched extremely carefully. And it's the same for this authority as well. We need to know what bang we're getting for our buck. We need to have the information about what the cost is for the benefits that we are getting. And that is really quite fundamental. The concept of value for money in a council is a quite basic one which the auditors are interested in, one which I think the general public is interested in, and certainly one that councillors should be interested in because we've got that responsibility. So I'd very much welcome us having that information so that we can see for ourselves exactly what it is that we are foregoing for what benefit. And as I say, I'm far from against the benefit. It's essential that we know what it is that we're foregoing for that benefit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Josh.
Sorry, Chair, I was going to second and reserve my right, but I think Councillor Bowden has almost seconded by his comments and said what I was going to say. So I'll just stand back from that one. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether there's anyone else who wants to comment. Yep.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I was a little bit confused by this amendment, I've got to say. First of all, a lot was made in previous meetings of this committee where we discussed whether or not this land was going or was not going to do any more additional, affordable housing. And there was a lot of, you're telling it what to do, you can't tell it what to do, it's arm's length. Yes, it is arm's length. I mean, this decision will have to be taken by them, by the board, which is in transition as it happens. So it's not that they're accepting us telling them you have to make lesser return. That's a completely wrong way of framing the debate, but that's only one problem. The other problem there is that, what is reduced returns compared to what? We've got a loan agreement with this land, and insofar as we are concerned at the moment, we're not changing that loan agreement. We're going to get that revenue pretty much regardless. We haven't given any instruction as to changing the repayment terms at all. So that £6 million you're getting for adult and children's social care, you're still going to get it regardless of what this land builds. In terms of what this land builds, I mean, if you're going to define reduced returns compared to the same number of units, except they're not affordable, they're premium, that's interesting, but entirely theoretical. I mean, given what this land has built till now, I wouldn't necessarily be wanting to build an entire argument about the fact that we're losing by building more and some of it is affordable. And finally, you just don't define returns purely in terms of finance, because we are a local authority shareholder. The benefit of delivering housing in the places that need it, and Councillor Bowden is entirely correct, we have needs everywhere and we have to meet them properly, is not simply that by not delivering the affordable housing, we're not getting them. It's just not as simple as that. So I think this is a little bit of a sort of ingenious, that's not the word, disingenuous, I suppose. It's a little bit of a naive point. You're building affordable housing, you're losing money. That's not how it works. That's not how the company is going to work. And therefore, I don't see the value in having this amendment at this point. In terms of we need the information, yes, we do. We do need the information. There is an annual business plan that the company is going to do, and it's going to do it in the next few months after the board is sorted out. And this committee will have to approve it. All the information you're looking for is going to be in that business plan. So I would suggest that we don't need any of this.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, Councillor Machini said that she was confused when she read the recommendation to start off with and made some further comments. And I'm going to try and help unconfuse her, because what we've just heard is very distant to reality. And I'm quite surprised because Councillor Machini was at the shareholder briefing this week. You were, Councillor Netzinger. Graham Wilson, the chair of audits, was there, the deputy chair of audits was there, and I were there. And there was a very clear reference, there was no misunderstanding there, it was a very clear reference of a change in the returns coming to the county council in exchange for a number of affordable homes. I could give you the figures, then you missed it, Chair. It was there. I can give you the figures. I wrote them down at the time and I asked for those minutes to be circulated, which I hope contain them. But I can give you the figures here and now, but I'm choosing not to because I haven't been told whether confidential or not. I'll tell you them outside the meeting. But there were figures given, not on the annual return rate, which Councillor Machini we are getting, but there was a projected, I'm going into a little too much detail here, but let me be quite clear. This land stated that they agreed to, they weren't forced, so they agreed to change their business model to increase the amount of affordable housings. And they said very clearly what the impact in terms of millions was to this county council. Tom Kelly was there as well. Stephen Cox was there. And as I said, I could give you the figures here and now. We can go into confidential session if you like. But I am absolutely clear on what was said at that meeting. And so it's not the annual returns. Let me help you with that, Councillor Machini, but there is an overall reduction in pound notes to the council that they could use for delivering services, which is to be put against affordable housing. And I go back to Chris's comments and other people's comments. I am not against the principle of increasing affordable housing. I am very much in favour of that. I am simply asking that this committee, who are the ones that deal with this land, be the ones that know what those figures are so they can make a judgment call on that. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that there has been a potential misunderstanding. So I think there was quite a lot of stuff that was discussed at the shareholder meeting that was if this, then that, and it is not yet decided. As Councillor Machini has said, there is the board is in transition. There will be a process coming up very soon for the appointment of a new chair, and after the appointment of a new chair, then there will be the setting out of a new business plan. Now, I think it's absolutely appropriate that that business plan should be discussed by this meeting, probably in a working, in private session, in a sort of workshop environment, but it is absolutely correct that this meeting and the members of this committee ought to have full and clear understanding about that business plan. And I hope we'll support it. But that business plan is not agreed yet. It needs to be developed by the board, and it will not be developed by the board by the next available meeting of the Strategy and Resources Committee. In the meantime, while that potential new business plan is being developed, we are working to the old business plan for this land, which has been already set up. So at present, there is no change to the way in which the company is operating. Now, my understanding was that any affordable housing would be based on additionality to what this land was doing, rather than it doing the things it's doing differently and therefore having an impact on the bottom line. But I don't think it's right for us to be discussing that now. I think we need to wait for the new board to be in place and for them to produce their business plan, and then we can discuss it. I think, unless there are any further points, Steve, briefly, please, and then we might move to a vote.
Yeah, this isn't argumentative. This is further explanation of what I actually meant by the amendment and how it's written. When I said that any changes, I did envisage a pattern over the coming years where they will be in the midst of a year and they have a site moving forwards and options get put in front of them. So let's say they've got a house, a development with 50 units and they've got 10 affordable housing. They say we can do 15 instead. So 1535 instead of 1040. But the cost will be, because obviously the returns to them are less. So when I said to the next meeting, I meant each of those individual changes, should they be, to be reported. If there's one overall change in the business plan, then that should be reported when we have the business plan. But it must not be a new business plan. There you are, take it or leave it. It must be the business plan comparing it to when they had the model of not delivering more affordable housing. So we should be given the two comparative figures. And so all of that is encompassed in that, sorry, I took a trip to the north there, encompassed. All of that is encompassed in recommendation E, Chair.
So my preference is that we leave this until we've got a workshop with the newly set up board, and then we can discuss all of this. But I absolutely agree it needs to be discussed by this committee. So I'm going to move to the vote now. So those in favour of the amendment E, please show. And those against?
Chair, the result of the vote is 6 votes in favour, 8 votes against. The amendment is lost.
Thank you. And if we could now move to the vote on the overall, on the rest of the recommendations, please. All those in favour of the recommendations as shown on the paper. Is that unanimous? Thank you. I'm slightly aware that the next item might be quite a long one, and that we've got quite a number of speakers. So I'm slightly, Michelle, would you like to have a short break now? And then, yeah, okay. So if we could just have a, can we have a 9-minute break and return at 11:40, please? Thank you. Thank you, 11:45. Thank you, Lorna. That's what I meant to say. Lovely. I think, are we all back? Nearly all back. I think we'll make a start in any case on the next item on the agenda. So thank you all for coming back. The next item is, we're going to Tom first. So the next item on the item 7, asset management, property specific updates, and Tom will introduce. Thank you, Tom.
This report covers progression of specific matters at 4 individual assets. Section 1 requests permission to commence procurement of an operator for the student accommodation, part of the council's commercial investment portfolio. Section 3 and recommendation C enables the council to move forward with an exciting and important biodiversity net gain project on the council's rural estate. This reflects close collaboration with local partners, response to the developing planning regime, the potential for an improved commercial return for the council, and enhancements to local biodiversity as set out at section 3.4, enabling habitat connectivity between Trumpington Meadows and Wilbraham Fen. There's public comments, I think, coming up on sections 2 and section 4. I'll say for my part then that at section 2 and recommendation B, we asked the committee to voluntarily register land at Shire Hall in Cambridge as a town green. This follows the initiative of a number of members of a number of speakers who I believe will address this meeting shortly. And recommendation D picks up the recommendation from the Children and Young People's Committee relating to the inclusion of early years provision at the redeveloped asset in Prospect at East Barnwell. Through the recommendation before this committee today, this will confirm in principle the specification for the asset. I understand there is understandable local frustration at the amount of time this project has taken to progress. At section 4.3 and 4.4, we set out a number of the complications and acknowledge that it's important that through the renewed support from this committee and following further cost engineering and negotiation with adjacent landowners, that this matter is progressed, and indeed the committee will be asked in due course to agree a updated capital budget once that further work, knowing the specification and the cost engineering potential, is finalised and brought back to committee at that point. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you, Tom. So I think we'll go to the members of the public who would like to speak to us on this item next, who I think are all joining us via Zoom. I think we have Nikki Shepard first. Is Nikki there? Just to say to all members of the public, I'm sorry that we're running so late, but thank you for your patience. And here is Nikki. So I hope we can hear you, Nikki. Feel free to start. Yes.
Hello, thank you, Chair, for letting me speak today. And I am Nikki Shepard, CEO of Abbey People, which includes the East Barnwell Community Association, which merged with Abbey People in 2019. And I'm speaking today in support of the officers' report to this committee. Since 1998, members of our community have spent years keeping the community centre and Seesaw Preschool going and working with officers towards a vision of a new community hub. This paper is a welcome transition from previous actions taken, and its recommendations are in line with the community's wishes for a new community hub on the site of East Barnwell Community Centre and Seesaw Youth Building. For 9 years, the community has participated in multiple consultations with ongoing partner meetings and date after date promised work for promised work to begin, with all promises to date broken. The original community vision was to regenerate the community centre, replacing all the existing space on the site, creating a hub for the community with additional services co-located on site, and where families from Seesaw, some of the most deprived in this area, would have close access to services and support that they currently aren't accessing. This vision is dependent on more people accessing the site, and the inclusion of Seesaw contributes to the whole building being a success, as well as giving these children better opportunities of a good start in life. This is even more important now that we know that the pandemic has had such a negative effect on early years development, increased loneliness and poverty. The government's plans to introduce family hubs show that co-location of services is more important than ever. There's a wide range of needs within Abbey, and not all families look for the same things in deciding an early year provider for their children. Cost of place as well as location are all part of that decision. And it's really important to the community that there is a range of provision provided across the ward. And in a ward like Abbey, where children have not had an equal start in life, the right early years provision is more important than ever. Over the pandemic, our ward has seen a 327 increase in benefits claimants. It's a ward that was already the only ward in the city to become more deprived from 2015 to 2019. The effects of the pandemic aren't going away quickly, and we're seeing a tsunami of need in the area. Current providers are all part of the solution to breaking the cycle of poverty in this community. We, the community, need continuity of provision and some certainty about the future of the centre in order to help those most in need. The community of Abbey really needs you, the Strategy and Resources Committee members, to do the right thing for the long-term future of community provision in Abbey and for the provision of a community hub in this most deprived ward. Please do everything you can to move this project forward quickly and to give clarity to the community for future provision. Please vote in support of the recommendations in this paper to allocate an appropriate budget to the future of the community hub on Newmarket Road. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Very impressive timing. Fantastic. Thank you. I think we will now go to Councillor Half-Davis. Councillor Davis, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I'm here in my capacity as a city councillor for Abbey Ward. And as you have noted, the new specification for the East Barnwell Community Centre is included within this item. And I wanted to speak strongly in favour of the updated specification for the community centre, including the inclusion of the nursery. This was a promise made to the community years ago, and it remains the expectation of residents in East Barnwell. And it's also what the community needs. As you've already heard, Abbey is the most deprived ward in Cambridge, with a range of complex needs that have been exacerbated by the pandemic and the effects of which are not going away. And some of the most deprived street clusters in the ward are those which would directly benefit from the inclusion of the nursery within the East Barnwell Centre. This particularly relates to families living in street clusters north of Newmarket Road. And so this would allow for a collocation of services within East Barnwell Community Centre, and as we've already heard, that would mean that local families can access a range of essential services all in one place, which would benefit children, parents and entire families. And it would also bring the nursery right into a central location at the heart of the community. It has been the clear view of community stakeholders, organisations and residents in Abbey for many years. And your support for this specification in an area that needs it desperately would be very much appreciated, in addition to your efforts across the county council to deliver the community centre as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Haf. That's very helpful. I think we now have Councillor Jocelyn Scott to address the committee.
Yes, thank you to the committee, and I'm very pleased to speak on the subject of the town green and the voluntary registration by the County Council of Cambridgeshire of the town green. The paper, of course, refers to the application made in June 2019, which was an application made by my colleague Claire Richards, at the time County Councillor for Castle, my colleague City Councillor Katie Thornborough, who is an Executive Councillor on the city, and myself, then County Councillor for Arbury, and now City Councillor for West Chesterton, both of course relevant to this particular item. We also thank absolutely sincerely all the residents who put in submissions about our application for the mound and the grassed forecourt before the Shire Hall to become a town green, to ensure access in perpetuity of the public, the residents, to this heritage space and to this historical area that the people of that Cambridge and Cambridgeshire indeed, but of this particular locality, have made use. They spoke in their submissions going back to playing on the maypole, doing maypole dancing on this area, up to the present time, taking their dogs for walk, playing frisbee, playing snowballing, and so forth, having picnics on the lawn. And their support was absolutely amazing in terms of this particular application. Now, we note that in the proposal before the committee that it's a voluntary registration as a town green of the area that is the grassed forecourt. We, of course, will be happy to lodge with the County Council of Suffolk a withdrawal of our application contingent on the following: that the area that becomes the town green is the area set out by the surveyor, including the hedge, which is an integral part of the town green and which has biodiversity importance as well as heritage importance. Insofar as the mound is concerned, the Heritage Act and the Scheduled Monuments Act have never affirmed access in perpetuity to that area. However, the Ramblers, whom we absolutely affirm as having been so positive in making their application for access up the mound, they are to be commended for that, because it is that that gives the public access in perpetuity to the mound. So that is already fixed and settled. Now we return to the grassed forecourt, which was never covered by the Heritage Act.
Just to say your 3 minutes are up.
Right, I'm just concluding. It was never covered by the Heritage Act or the Scheduled Monuments Act, and therefore our application was crucial in preserving access in perpetuity. We do ask that the committee support this application, and once they've done that, we will put in our withdrawal to the Suffolk County Council contingent on that. Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for indulging me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joss. We'll now move to Claire Richards.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you, Claire.
Okay, but you can't see me, is that right? The host has stopped.
That's correct. We can't see you.
Right. Okay, it says the host has stopped the video.
I'm sure they'll try and fix it.
Don't worry. We'll start, shall we, counting the 3 minutes?
Yes, please, that would be great.
Okay, so we'll start now for the 3 minutes then. So I'm speaking as a resident of Cambridge and an applicant. People are here, I know that I'm no longer the County Councillor of the Castle, and that honour has gone to Labour County Councillor Catherine Ray, and thank you, thank you for all she's doing, and glad to see her here today. And it's good to see people again. I'm very, very glad to be working collaboratively on this issue. As you know, I passionately worked on this as a councillor, a lot of time and an expense. And if this passes today, I know that you have graciously acknowledged the pivotal role Councillor Scott's and my work, and indeed residents' work, has played. So thank you for that, and thank you for letting me speak today. So I'm going to also start by paying tribute to the Ramblers, their work that Councillor Scott and I were glad to contribute to. It led to Suffolk County Council, to whom the decision was delegated, recommending a modification order to make a footpath, a public footpath, from the east side of Castle Street to the top of Castle Mound. So I'm really pleased about that, because that would support public access in perpetuity. If you haven't read the report from Suffolk, do so, because it covers the reasons for recommending the right of way. So, for example, if you are covered by, if the area is covered by the Scheduled Monument Act, the landlord can actually fence it off at certain times and charge to go in. So I would like to ask you to please vote today for the voluntary TPG declaration on the grassed forecourt. As your paper points out, it would protect access by law and would restrict development, would be binding forever. And I'm really good to see the acknowledgement of the TVG and its role in protecting public access in perpetuity in this context in the paper. So with a right of way up the mound and a forecourt as a TVG, we can, grass forecourt as a TVG, we can be certain that we have done all we can to protect this green space for the public and protect access to the Shire Hall historic site in perpetuity. As I said before when I spoke about this issue, I mean, for so many residents in Castle, it's a key space for them. And for those without gardens, it's actually a key green public space. There isn't a lot of green space in Castle, and it's key for people in terms of leisure and activity, dogs for walks, picnics, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much. And as Councillor Scott says, we will withdraw our application given the agreement on boundaries. If this is registered as if the grass forecourt is registered as a voluntary TVG. So thanks very much, and nice to see people again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. It would have been nice to see you if we could, and it was nice to hear you. And finally, Katie Thornborough, Councillor Katie Thornborough. Katie? It may be that Katie wasn't able to wait because we are running over time. So if she doesn't appear, I think we will move on now. So are there any members for the committee members to any of the speakers? I don't see any hands. Any questions to the speakers from the committee? I don't see any hands, so that's helpful. So we will now move on. Oh, we've got one final thing, which is a letter from Councillor Bulett, who is not able to attend today. And I think Michelle is going to read out her comments.
I apologise that I cannot speak directly to the committee today, but I'm not in the UK and the time zone differences make it difficult. Thank you to the committee who are considering East Barnwell again. I'm grateful for all the hard work officers and councillors have put into this and for the continued involvement of our Abbey community and key stakeholders. I would like, however, to underline through these written comments that we need to get the job done on East Barnwell and deliver on the priorities of Abbey residents. These priorities have been clearly expressed in many consultations and stakeholder meetings so far. We need to deliver without further delay. Time is very important here as we are considering a community who has been promised a new community centre for a decade. You will hear or heard already from public speakers today about the importance of the East Barnwell Community Centre for Abbey. When I became a county councillor for Abbey in May 2021, I quickly realised this has been one of the most long-standing issues in my division. We are speaking about over a decade of promises and seemingly endless consultation for residents, while the site remains exactly the same as it probably looked long before I was even born. Abbey is the most deprived area of Cambridge City, and the life expectancy is about a decade lower than some nearby divisions. There is very little community space. Everyone who is not familiar with the area and visits Barnwell with me is surprised to see the contrast between this area and many parts of Cambridge. The East Barnwell Community Centre looks like it is stuck in time in the 80s. Volunteers are doing their best to operate the local food hub and other community activities, but co-location of services and adequate community space has been needed for a long time. I am pleased that the Children and Young People Committee decided on the 1st of March to put early years provision back on the East Barnwell site, and that Strategy and Resources is considering this today. This finally delivered on what the community has clearly wanted after much delay and disappointment. I was pleased to see so many residents celebrating the news. Now what the community I represent is waiting for is the moment we can say this project can finally start. Not delivering promptly on this risks further damaging the trust in the council and council services more broadly in Abbey. As I said at the Children and Young People Committee in March, the 3-year-olds in 2013, when the community consultation started, are now probably in year 7, and many of the 16-year-olds back then are now having children of their own needing early years education and other services. From a community perspective, it is rather unacceptable a project can take this long, regardless of where it is in the county. I would ask everyone to consider the needs in Abbey Ward before deciding on this issue. Having co-located services with affordable housing is very important for the community this site would serve. Having no further unnecessary delay will hopefully restore the trust gradually lost over the last decade.
Thank you very much, Michelle. So we will now move to the debate. Are there any questions or comments for Tom or debate on this issue? Yes, Elisa.
Thank you very much. I am in support of everything being brought forward today. I won't be long. I just have one question. In regards to the town green application, there's a reference in the paper to the boundaries of that town green space and whether or not they will align with what the survey has recommended. Now, if we don't know right now, that's fine, but I was going to ask if it's possible to get confirmation as to where those boundaries will be as soon as possible. But not as soon as possible as such, but like as soon as you have it. That is basically my question. Thank you.
I see Tony Keeper has come off mute and may be able to comment. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Chair. We have been on site with the surveyors to mark out the boundaries. We're just looking, as Councillor Scott mentioned, there is the hedge. There's also some manholes and other bits of utilities in there. So we're just finalising the fine details. So it's in hand and underway, and we hope to have it very shortly.
Thank you. Any further comments on this paper? Mac, and then Mark, and then Josh.
Thanks, Lucy. Chairman, on paragraph 2.5, this I'm seeking a bit of clarity here because I don't understand one of the comments made in one of the references. It says in the third sentence in paragraph 2.5, following further consideration in 20, it's proposed that the second ground for objection is no longer advanced by the council given the factual matrix. What does that mean?
I think on further consideration there, the council has more recently reached a conclusion that it wasn't sustainable to make the case that the users of the lawn weren't from a defined locality.
So the term factual matrix is talking about a population. In other words, that the original locality that people who are being local, because of course the mound is visited by people from all over the world. And therefore that's why it wasn't originally defined as being locals. Is that what we're saying by future? Yeah. Yeah. So it's just a funny term for me, factual matrix. Okay, but I'll accept that, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mark.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to speak about item 3, please, the biodiversity net gain at Lower Valley Farm. As a member of the County Council Farms Group, I admit that we've discussed it there, but surely biodiversity is an absolutely huge bit for the ENGI group. And this has not been through ENGI and we've not discussed it. I just find it quite astonishing that we're making a decision over here in county farms, which is something I brought up before, that's going to affect and impact the work of the ENGI committee, which I absolutely endorse. The chair of that committee said earlier how collaborative and how well we're working and how we share good ideas on that. And yet this has come today to a committee to make a decision on 10 points. And with the greatest respect to the members around the room, I'm not sure how much understanding there is in here if they're not on the County Farms Group. I just find it quite remarkable, Chair, that the biodiversity debate has not taken place at the ENGI committee, and that only can draw to one conclusion, and that is that one of two conclusions, either that the County Farms Group is just stuck out on a limb and heard when it's got something to make a noise about, or it's not, there is a group that's making decisions and they'll bring them when they want to bring them, and it's just not right. I don't understand why it's not been heard at ENGI. Perhaps I could have an answer on that.
Thank you. I've got Josh next.
Thanks, Lucy. It was just a quick question, excuse me, if I may, to perhaps Tony or Tom. And it was just for clarity, really. I'm trying to find the report, but there's a clear report a few years ago that the Village Green application, this report from officers, shouldn't be supported on the basis of the criteria of a village application, a Village Green application. And that's why the council then, in the consultation to Suffolk, put a statement confirming thus. Why the sudden change of heart? What's changed with regard to the application process or the stance of Cambridgeshire County Council?
So I think this is the points that we set out at 2.5. So that there were two main strands to the legal advice and the council's original objection. One of those was that there was an arguable point of law as to whether the same land could be designated as both a scheduled ancient monument and a town or village green. And I think by this collaborative piece of work with the requesters, we've now got to a place where those areas of land won't overlap, and clearly the Ramblers application has helped meet the requester's need in respect to the actual mound area. And then the second point is the one that Councillor Maguire touched on, and I think that one just really is officers and members who are different from at the time the original objection was made, taking a different view on the facts in relation to what a defined locality is.
Chair, if I can follow up from Tom.
That's fine, carry on.
Yeah, and following up what Tom said, that there is an arguable case in relation to that first point, and to proceed with Suffolk would result in a public inquiry for which the County Council will be likely to incur the costs of. And as Tom says, there is an equitable solution that delivers for all parties by proceeding in the manner set out in the paper and avoids a protracted public inquiry with substantive costs and allows us to proceed with the development unhindered.
Thank you, Tony. Steve.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points on a few of the different papers. So the first one I'd like to comment on is this one, seeing as the subject is at hand. And I welcome the final recommendations that are in front of us today. From the very, very outset, when we used to be the administration, worked with officers to secure public access to the mound, to the appropriate spaces there, and protect the interests of the council. That was met with some disbelief by certain parties, and they thought that we had a different ulterior motive. And no matter what assurances were given along the route, this was always challenged. All right. At the end of the day, that was our aim. And as we've just heard, we had officer recommendations how best to go about it at that point in time. I welcome the fact that we now, between the two main groups involved, the ones that were formerly the administration and the ones that at that time found problems with everything that we said was going to protect these things, that there is now a compromise method in front of us. There's a removal of the one application and the introduction of a new application, and the boundaries to be defined so that ultimately this can be drawn to a conclusion and get us all where we wanted to be. The development of the Shire Hall campus for the delivery of funds to the frontline services that we've always welcomed, in the building of this hall, at the same time protecting those areas that needed to be protected for the public. So I welcome the final solution. I'll be supporting that. The second paper, second recommendation I'd like to make comment on is in the same thematic area that Councillor Mark Goldsack has already made comment on. This bit about the biodiversity net gain in using the land estate that we have, not this land, but the land that the County Council own, is a great move forward. And I think there are risks involved, depending on how many parcels you rent out. But it's a good idea. It was created over a year ago. Don't need to take credit because you're the ones bringing it to fruition. You're the ones putting it in front of us. It's fully worked up now, and we can move forward with it. So I really support it. But I do worry about the fact that we aren't best placed for that. You know, if you think about all of the implications for our land holdings, strategy and resources does not seem like a comfortable fit. Biodiversity, environment and green investment, using land for solar farms, environment and green investment, food security, the crops that we build, the crops that we grow, the fertilizers we use to grow those crops, environment and green investment. So I do think that you should give further consideration. I understand the governance review is coming forward, and I would welcome some input from the governance review on considering whether the farms estate would be better suited in ENGI. Perhaps there might be one or two exclusions where you could give all of ENGI everything, except for maybe it becomes when it goes into areas of a strategic financial nature where you maybe want to release it for housing or something like that. I'm not going to get in the nuts and bones, but it doesn't sit comfortably here. And this is one example of why it doesn't sit comfortably here today, because we have to look at it through a strategic finance return, not about improving the biodiversity, which is the main aim. The third paper I'd like to make a comment on is the East Barnwell Community Centre. to a certain extent, I was absolutely surprised and mortified to see this paper in front of us, not because I disagree with it. I was just shocked that this hadn't been done. When the residents complained about broken promises, I can acknowledge one of them was mine. I went there, I looked at what was going on, I worked out with officers what was going to do, and I spoke to the people and I said, I agree with you, you need something, you've got the wrong thing on the drawing board. It was a refurbishment. I said, with some housing on the top, some flats, you can actually develop a much better site. The officers agree, and they went off to do their facts and figures and vice versa. And I thought along the while, because this is probably going back to the sort of 2013s or something like that, I thought that this was happening. You know, honestly, God, at some point in time, back in the early days, not in the last 4 years, back in the early days, one officer said, right, it's taken a bit of a twist. The Catholic churches now wants to come in with some of their land, but we have to have a joint agreement with them, blah, blah, blah. Do you think that's worthwhile? I said, yes, it'll do a better project. And this was right at the very, very start. I said, go ahead. And then there were delays at the start. And I remember turning around and seeing this paper rekindled some of these memories. I turned around to the officer and I said, look, put a dead stop on it. If you're not got a result by such and such a date, which is probably 7 years ago or 6 years ago, something like that, then pull out the joint thing and get the thing built. Now, I don't read every single adults, children's ENGI paper that's about. And unfortunately, I didn't know anything more about this. I assumed that it was all underway and going ahead until about 1.25 years ago. And I bumped into a senior officer. I won't embarrass them who they are. And I just said, by the way, I've never been to the opening. What on earth happened? That was my impression of this project. And he said, oh, there were complications. And the complications went from the complications with the joint agreement on the land to complications with the city council, because they discovered at the 11th hour that they had a covenant on some of that land that they'd forgotten about for 3 years or something. That was how it was described to me. Now, I don't want to go in the nuts and bones of this. I do want to apologise, because one of those projects I didn't have my eye on every single day of the week. But I think you'll appreciate, Leader, that is not possible. But I can tell you that until 1.25 years ago, I expected this to be built. And I'm saddened, very saddened, that that community that needed this did not get what they needed 10 years ago. I really am. That's very genuine. So it's in front of us. There's another change going on, putting the nursery in there, early years provision in there. Seems like a good step to me. Seems like a good move. I haven't got the in-depth knowledge that I once had, but it seems like I'm going to vote for this just in the hope that a clear decision today gets this moving forward at pace. And I'd urge you, Leader, to succeed where I failed, and it's a bit closer to your home than it was to mine, and ask officers to keep you appraised, because they don't deserve any more delays on this. They really don't. Thank you, Chair.
Lisa.
Lorna can go first. No, it's very, I wasn't really, you know, I am glad that we've got this going on, and I think we will, there is a definite undertaking on our part that this is now going to happen. And, you know, I hope, very much hope, that we can restore some of that trust. I mean, these things do happen, but you know, it's better to get them out of the way. But sorry.
Thank you. Lorna.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to come back to the question of how biodiversity projects are considered, because of course that was, you know, very much aimed at me and the Environment and Green Investment Committee. I think it is fair to say that the County Farms estate has been regarded in constitutional and terms of reference terms as an assets matter, which is why it has reported in to this committee. I think it's also fair to say that there is no, that's not a new thing, that it has always been so regarded. And I think it's also fair to say that just because something has happened for a very long time and been regarded as such, that shouldn't mean that it's beyond being opened up again for debate. And I think that Councillor Goldsack made a very valid point about that. I think particularly as well with the growing interest of our tenant farmers, as well as this authority, in ensuring that our land assets, our county farms estate contributes and plays an active role in biodiversity enhancement in this very biodiversity deprived county, that would indicate that there's a good reason to look again at where that sits. And I'm really delighted that the tenant farmers in particular are so keen and actively wanting to play their part in that whole agenda. Obviously, we don't want matters banging around to multiple committees. That's just not good for anybody's time and for straightforward governance. We have got at the moment 2 examples of cross-cutting working groups, the Water Beach Odour Emissions Working Group and the Consents Working Group, which take membership from 2 parent senior committees. And we're talking about another one later today, which looks at how utilities sits between this committee and the Environment and Green Investment Committee and the Green Investment Advisory Group. If you are interested in having such a conversation, Chair, then I'm very happy to have a conversation with you about whether another such cross-cutting committee could be formed working group could be formed to put the County Farms Working Group into a similar position where it takes membership from and information from and feeds information to both of those committees. That might seem a sensible solution to use the existing and emerging structure and the benefits that that offers. I'm very happy to have a conversation with you outside this meeting and for us to bring forward any proposals that might evolve from that conversation back to the proper places within this authority publicly for resolution.
Fantastic, helpful. Thank you. That's extremely helpful. Okay, I don't see any further hands, and I think we have talked about this at some length. So I think if I haven't heard anybody speak against the recommendations, I've heard an awful lot of people speaking in favour of them. I think Mark's point about the ENGI role in this has been well responded to by Lorna. Kathy, did you want to make a point?
Just wanted to speak in favour of the designation of Castle Mound as a town green and to pay tribute to my predecessor Claire Richards and to Jocelyn Scott for the initiative that they took several years ago and using their own resources, and I hope that this goes through.
Thank you. I haven't heard any comments against, but just to be clear, if everyone's happy, we'll go to the recommendations. All those in favour of the recommendations, if you could raise your hands now. Thank you, that's unanimous. Excellent. We will now move on to item 8. I'm slightly hoping this item might be one of the faster ones on the agenda. And we will move to the head of insurance, Mark Greenall. Mark is there. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, good afternoon. So the council last tendered its insurance arrangements in 2017. And the current insurance policies expire on the 30th of September this year. In financial terms, last October insurance renewal, the council spend on insurance premiums was just over £1 million. The council has a mix of insurance arrangements in place for key risk areas such as property, liability, and the council retains a significant amount of self-insured retention on larger risks. Currently seeing high premium rates from the public sector insurance market, significantly higher than we were in 2017 when we last tendered. And insurance companies are being selective over the risks they choose to insure. And we're seeing increases in expected levels of retention. We've undertaken a review of claims and reviewed actuarial advice in relation to appropriate levels of self-insured retention. You'll see from the paper that we will be putting out to the market a variety of levels of self-insured retention or excess for the insurance market to consider. Based on our knowledge of the market and the understanding of the risks of the organisation, we currently estimate the cost of insurance based on our current retention levels, £10,000 a year. The reduction on that premium compared to the current premium levels is accounted for by the removal of schools from the council's insurance programme.
Mark, could you, the point where you told us how much it was going to be, your sound went a bit odd. So could you just repeat that figure for us?
Apologies for that, Chair. Yes, the premium spent for 2021-22 was just over £1 million, and the estimated premium at current retention levels following the tender is about £810,000. So committee is asked, however, to note the caution within my paper regarding the current insurance market volatility around that estimated figure. We aim to issue the tender to market in May with a decision about the future insurance providers to be made during September for go live in October. We therefore seek committee approval to issue the tender to the market and for committee to approve the delegation of the decision making to award the contract to the Director of Resources in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Chris.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been a member of various local authorities for more than 20 years. And I have to say that more than 20 years ago, local government insurance was a very quiet backwater indeed. It's changed a great deal over the last 20 years and for that matter, longer than that. If you were to go back far enough, you'd look at Zurich or their predecessor, I've even forgotten what the predecessor was called now, and a council would just throw all of its insurance straight at the one provider and they'd get their final result and no one would make any fuss about it at all. And gradually, local government has become more commercially aware, has become more aware of the market and the possibilities of the market, and that's very valuable. I've been arguing for 20 years in different local authorities for a greater disaggregation of insurances. And that's why I'm delighted to see what is being proposed as far as schools are concerned. It's absolutely appropriate to do that. And I also very much welcome the retention of terrorism, fine art and solar as being separate insurances as well. Makes an enormous amount of sense. Administratively, it's a little bit more complicated, but it makes a great deal of sense to do that. What I would ask first of all, because this is being delegated to the Director of Resources, but with the Chair and Vice Chair being consulted, is that consideration be given through this process of the potential gain from having further disaggregation between highways and social care. I don't have enough knowledge of the market to be able to say definitely that's advantageous. I do have enough knowledge to say it's worth asking the question. And I would just ask if the Chair and Vice Chair would ensure that that question is asked all the way through. Secondly, when we look at the deductibles in particular, it'd be very easy for us to reduce our insurance premiums, just increase your self-insured retentions. Nice and simple. Similarly, if you want to reduce your self-insured retentions, just increase your premiums. There is a balance to be had between those, and the striking of that balance is very difficult, both in terms of what's advantageous to the council and what the market will actually provide to us, because we can't go with something the market doesn't provide. So we have to look at what the market says and then make a decision. And that decision, we are told in the report, it's looked at in terms of what's happened in the past. Somehow we have to make our best guess about what is likely to be the balance in the future so far as claims are concerned. And unfortunately, no one, not even our officers, have crystal balls to be able to look into and predict that. It's a difficult thing to do. But that balance between the insurance premiums we pay and the level of self-insured retention really is an important decision to be made. And again, I would ask the Chair and Vice Chair who are being consulted about all of this, for that balance to be monitored on an annual basis during the course of the 3 years of the proposed duration of this arrangement, so that if we do decide to have an option to extend for up to 2 years further, we may have the opportunity to change the balance in the light of the experience that we have over the next 3 years. As I say, I don't know which direction is the right one to go in. I'm not close enough to it. And even if I were close to it, I still may not know what it is, but it is a really important figure to get right, because it can make the difference of millions in a year in terms of the costs to this council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. I've got Mark and then Edna.
Just a quick point, Mark to Mark, if I can. 2.10, Mark, you intimate the use of an actuary. I'm a huge advocate that we've got an awful lot of skill in the council that we don't use. In this case, I think that was the right thing to do, but a very simple check. The advice given is quite critical from the actuary. Is that covered by his own professional indemnity or their professional indemnity, so that we've got some protection if they've got their information wrong?
Yes, the actuarial advice is actually provided under contract with the council's appointed insurance broker, who has a contractual requirement to hold appropriate levels of professional indemnity insurance and provide the council with indemnities in relation to negligent advice.
Good, thank you, well done.
Thank you. Edna.
Thank you very much. I welcome this report and support the recommendations. Just to note that insurance in the last few years has really become an extremely volatile and uncertain market, and so it's not at all easy or straightforward to simply go into the market and see what is best anymore. It's quite a complex endeavour. So I support these measures. What I would ask, though, is what, unless I've missed it, what precisely is the insured risk that we're not going to pursue with schools anymore?
If I might come in directly there, what we're removing is this arrangement for schools off-site travel insurance. So taking the schools out of the main insurance programme, place them into a framework provision which provides them with a better level of certainty around their future insurance costs and a robust insurance cover. The council had, separate to its global arrangements, a specific policy that was purely for schools that enabled them to go on trips, school trips, both in the UK and abroad, in the certain knowledge that they had robust travel insurance in place.
Thank you. Simone.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the aspect on schools, have schools been consulted? I'm gathering that they know about this proposal.
Yes, schools have been fully consulted. They're consulted through the schools forum, and I'm pleased to be able to say that the majority of schools have continued to provide or purchase their insurance, through the council's arrangements.
Do you know when this was consulted on the schools forum?
The consultation, I believe, took place December, January this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I don't see any more hands, and I haven't heard any comments against the recommendations. I have absolutely noted your comments, Chris, and I'm sure that Tom and Mark have as well. So we will bear that in mind as the process moves forward. But in the meantime, I'm going to move to the recommendations. So all those in favour of the recommendations, if you could please indicate. I think that's unanimous. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mark, and we'll look forward to this coming back again. We will then move to item 9 on the agenda, which is Sam Smith. Sam, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this paper regards the replacement of a storage area network and also the associated infrastructure services. As you will see, the report sets out the background to request the replacement for the request to procure a replacement for these services, and the outcome, if agreed, is it will be to delegate the award of the contract that follows to the Section 151 officer in consultation with the chair and vice chair of the committee. There's background in the paper in terms of where we are. We've done a huge amount of work around the council's IT systems over the last 3 years, including the move of the data centre, and that work puts us in a very good place to take advantage of new cloud-based solutions. So in terms of our approach to this particular procurement, we are looking to make sure that on the one hand, we make best use of the existing investment in the council's infrastructure. On the other hand, also make sure that we can align to the strategic direction, which is cloud-based, and also to those new solutions that are coming through from a technology perspective. Therefore, from a procurement perspective, we will be open to both options, be they cloud or on-premise, as is called, and we'll work through to make sure that we get the best value from the council in terms of those IT systems. I'm happy to take any questions around that particular approach or around any of the other points that are raised in the report, but essentially we are seeking the authority to undertake that procurement.
Thank you very much, Sam. Are there any questions for Sam? Chris?
Really simple one, but unfortunately the simple questions are the most dangerous, I know. I'm very well aware of the direction of travel which is being taken by business and by local councils across the country, in fact across the world, and we are very much in line with what is being suggested in general terms. My question is, though, to do with resilience, and that is resilience at large scale failure. And if there is, for whatever reason, and I'm sorry to say it's more likely to be for a malicious reason than for an accidental reason, but if there is major cloud failure, what resilience would we potentially have in place in that situation?
Thank you. I can respond to that, Chair. So the resilience is a very key, very key point, particularly around cyber resilience, and there's been a lot happening recently to make that very pertinent. And it's something that exercises us from an IT perspective and from the council's perspective, whether the systems are cloud-based or on-premise. The reality for us is that from a cloud-based perspective, the providers that we would be seeking to work with and the ones that would be deemed appropriate through the procurement, and we would make sure that these criteria are very strong in this case, would be such that they would have resilience built into their solutions, and we would and that they have the ability to invest to the extent that they can ensure that, whether that's different geographical locations for the cloud-based solutions, because although we deem it cloud, it always lives it does actually physically live somewhere, but we will build in and absolutely take account of those factors, and actually the cyber resilience elements are fundamentally key to some of the decisions that we need to take. So I think it's a very fair question, and it drives us for the security of all the services wherever they're located.
Thank you very much. Chris?
Very briefly, if I may, there are a lot of things to do with cyber resilience which are not appropriate to speak about in an open committee, to be quite honest. But may I encourage both you, Chair, and the Vice Chair, as you're taking part in the discussions to do with this, particularly to look at the cyber resilience and every possible way in which things can go wrong or be made to go wrong by a third-party actor, to ensure that we cover ourselves as much as we can and we don't just rely on assurances which are given by our providers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to take that on board, and I suspect our new Chief Executive will also be taking a significant interest in this, because I think it's a thing you're interested in. So just to be reassured, it will be something we're looking at. Okay, I haven't heard any I haven't got any other speakers, and I haven't heard anybody speak against this recommendation either. So if we could move to the recommendations, if all those in favour could raise their hands, please. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. And we will now move on. Thank you very much, Sam. Good luck with the procurement. Next, we move on to the water and wastewater services procurement, which is Sarah. Sarah's here in the building. That looks like it's Sarah on the way. Hello, Sarah. We've just moved to your item. Are you happy to come and speak to it? Apologies that we've got through the last one very quickly. That's fine. No rush. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So this paper is to present options to procure a supplier for mains water and sewage services for our sites to implement in August when our current contract expires. In this market, wholesale charges make up around 95% of the total price paid, And these charges will be the same no matter who our supplier is, depending only on the volumes of water we use. Retailers are also limited by price caps, meaning that the total difference in cost between one retailer and another is generally very small. The council is not a very large user of water, but nonetheless, it is good practice to monitor water consumption to enable early detection of any increases, which could indicate a leak on our own pipework or a plumbing issue. 3 potential routes to procuring a supplier have been identified, and I am recommending option B, which is to use the ESPO framework. And there are 4 reasons for my recommendation for that. 1, we are a member authority of ESPO, as you know. Secondly, ESPO and their partners have already undertaken a fully compliant procurement process, so it would save us the time and resource in doing so. Thirdly, it would give us an opportunity to receive an improved level of customer service, including a dedicated account manager and a range of billing options to choose from. And lastly, the package offered from Wave, which are the supplier on that framework, includes their active water management service, which is likely to be beneficial to the council in helping us monitor and reduce our water consumption. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah. So I just wanted to say that there is an exempt appendix attached to this paper. So if anybody wants to discuss the exempt appendix, we will need to move into closed session. And if we do want to do that, I'll probably suggest we do it at the end of the meeting rather than now. But I'm not seeing any indications that people look as if they want to discuss the exempt appendix. So let's hope we can stay in open session. So if we are happy to discuss this in open session, we will now move. So there are questions for Sarah, and then debate. Josh.
Thank you, Lucy. Sarah, just for clarity, I understand, having racked my brain, that the reason we didn't use ESPO in the past was because ESPO weren't quite ready with this, and that's why we went to the Crown Commercial Services. Is that correct, firstly?
Correct. 2 years ago when we went to procurement, ESPO didn't have a framework in place.
Thank you. And on that basis, just to commend you, Sarah, once again, for your doggedness with these kind of things, because although it is, as you've highlighted, quite a small usage of water we are as authority, shopping around is always a good thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Graham, and then Lorna.
Thanks, Lucy. And just for people to remember, I used to work for the Environment Agency, and decades ago, I worked for Anglian Water, who now own Wave. But I don't think that's a declaration of interest that precludes me from speaking. I wanted to address items 2.6 and 2.7, which says about greater financial savings are more likely to be realised by reducing water consumption. And then in 2.7, reducing our water consumption would also be beneficial for the environment, both of which I agree with. But I can't see any incentive for Wave to help us with that. It says that they will, but as we are paying by the amount, I think Sarah said, the volume of water used, where are they incentivized to ensure that we do reduce our consumption?
Sarah, do you want to answer that?
It's an excellent question, and it's one that the water industry as a whole struggles with. They're the only industry which is targeted with selling less of their product. I suppose that the simple answer is that it's in their interest in order to retain customers. But you're quite right, it is a dilemma across the industry.
Is there a slightly more complex answer, which is that it's also that trying to produce more water for everybody requires enormous upfront costs from them?
That's true. So the wholesale charges, which of course for the main companies such as Anglian Water, who operate the supply and treatment works, would of course go up. Those are limited in very strict economic regulation from Ofwat and pass through. So
thank you. Lorna.
Yeah, I don't have a question for Sarah. I think it's an excellent report, excellent work from Sarah, as absolutely always, and I'm really in favour of anything that helps us control and reduce loss of water, leaks and so on. So I'm very keen indeed to see us move ahead with this contract, which I believe will help us to do that better, despite the conversation we've just had about the difficulties of doing that. And so thoroughly commend this. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Again, I don't have any more hands and I haven't heard anybody say anything other than excellent, and thank you to Sarah. So all those in favour of the recommendations on this one, if you could please indicate. That's unanimous. Thank you all very much, and thank you, Sarah. Excellent. Right, we will now move on to item 11, which is no car zones, which I think is going to be introduced by Matt Staton, who is online. Hello, Matt.
Hello, thank you very much, Chair. So this paper is an update with the results of a trial that was approved by General Purposes Committee 2 years ago in January 2020. It focuses on the approach for future schemes, which crosses health, education and highways policy areas. Just to note that any decisions on individual schemes will go to the Highways and Transport Committee as through the normal traffic regulation order process. Originally, the trial was for 2 sign-only no-car zone schemes at St Bede's and St Matthew's schools in Cambridge. But with the coronavirus pandemic, the Emergency Active Travel Fund scheme from Department of Transport enabled additional school street schemes to be implemented with an alternative approach that used volunteers compared to the sign-only no-car zones. There are currently 7 of those active school street schemes. The trial has provided encouraging results with a small increase in active travel where baselines were already high. And the majority of feedback from residents, schools and parents has been positive. The proposal is to support the introduction of further schemes through the local highway improvement scheme or privately funded highway improvements or through external grants, using a blend of the positive elements of the 2 schemes and to use the term school streets as a more positive approach than no car zones. The committee is also asked to note the implication of future decision making by the council and its district council partners in relation to civil parking enforcement and the Traffic Management Traffic Management Act 2004 Part 6 powers as to the potential enforcement of these schemes in future.
Thank you very much, Matt. That's very helpful. Any questions from members for Matt? Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. It's just on something you said, not something I've read, but you said that, correct me if I'm wrong, access to additional schools could be through the LHI scheme?
Yes, I did, yeah.
So we've run a pilot, we've proved it's working, and we're now going back to the communities and to say to the parish councils, if you'd like to pay a good proportion of this, we may consider this for a scheme. Is that correct?
It was one of 3 options. So it was either the private funding side of things or for council officers to explore external grant funding for additional schemes as well.
Okay, thank you.
Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I very much welcome the initial results of this scheme, and one can only welcome opportunities which exist to make the entrances and exits from schools both safer and more healthy. I note in paragraph 1.7 the comment about community requests, and I think that it really is appropriate for us to bear in mind that not every school is appropriate to have a no-car zone outside it. We have to look at each individual case. We have to look at the geography of each one. And even if the principle is a correct one, and I believe the principle is a correct one, the practicalities just may not be there for many schools. And I think that point does need to be borne in mind. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As you know, I already support this as a principle. It was under our Conservative administration. We took the pilot forward. I'm disappointed when you do get positive results like this, that considering the massive underspend and the massive general reserve you have, you couldn't have been more generous in your approach as to how any future schemes may be funded. But I won't be objecting to your paper in that regard. I would certainly say that the one input that I had at Spokes is to be clear, and there was no objection from you, but just to be clear with the wording on that, this is to support local communities where appropriate. Very much the same thing as we did with the 20-mile-per-hour zones, which we brought forward. It was a shame that the funding for that was rejected by your parties at the Strategy and Resources Committee when we tried to allocate the unspent highway scheme improvement money for that, but it is moving on at its own pace, dependent on local conditions. So I welcome this, and just disappointed that, considering it is a success, for those areas that make sense and where it's supported, that you weren't more generous in your approach to funding this safety for children.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands on this. So just to respond to that final comment and the one from Mark about funding, I think that we will be looking in the future at whether there is more money available for this and for other schemes in highways. But at the moment, as has happened already, we're looking quite carefully at how things are funded in highways and taking that through the correct process, so it will come forward that way. And I've seen Peter has now raised his hand.
All I wanted to say was, in response to Steve is probably aware, we're establishing a member working group on 20 mile an hour. So there's no shortage of impetus or cross-party working. I mean, we're going as fast as we can on this.
Thank you, Chair and Peter, if I may. It's probably unhelpful of me to keep pointing out U-turns when actually we're working collegiately to bring these things forward at some point in the future.
Thank you. So if that's okay, Josh.
Very, very quickly, Lucy, and I hope that, again, this is helpful. Just on the air quality impact assessment, I just noted that on this one, we didn't include pregnancy and maternity as a consideration of the impact of no car zones, but we did disability. I think that probably might be an oversight going forward, particularly around schools. We know that both staffing and parents are more likely to have issues with regard to pregnancy and maternity. We wouldn't want to restrict people access if they had needs in those areas. So just making sure that our impact assessments are covering all areas. Thanks, Lucy.
Thank you. I'm sure that will be taken into account. Okay, I haven't heard anybody speak against the recommendations on this one. So if we can now go to the vote, all those in favour of the recommendations, please indicate. And I think that's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. We will now move, and thank you very much, Matt, and please pass on our thanks to the Medical Research Council for their help and support with this, which was very useful.
Thank you, will do.
Thank you. We'll now move to item 12, which is the new Shire Hall multifunction room. And I think it's Tony introducing this one. So over to you, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This paper just relates to the use of the multifunction room at New Shire Hall, which members are in presently, in relation to full council. It covers two key elements. The first is in relation to the use of the multifunction room during the pandemic. The second is considering issues or potential issues around the use of the room in a post-pandemic environment, which clearly we hope arises sooner rather than later. The first part of the paper, section 2.1 onwards, we just look at the context of the design process for the multifunction room, which formed part of the overall design for New Shire Hall. That went through a number of iterations following I think a fairly conventional design process, and indeed those designs evolved over time and the room changed in size over time, and as at paragraph 2.4 were brought to the predecessor committee, C&I, on a number of occasions, and indeed there was a stakeholder event. So just really as a context is to say that the design process was one that was shared across the council and indeed to members, officers and the public, and followed a fairly conventional route to come to the current situation. In relation to the current COVID situation, there have been government restrictions in place for a number of times. Those have relaxed since the start of the calendar year. The council has very robust and resilient COVID safety policies in place to protect staff and the public as well as members in its operations, and those apply right across its estate. Those requirements include social distancing because infectivity remains a key challenge around the pandemic, and as I'm sure members will be aware, infection rates have been increasing recently, and therefore, due to that requirement under our risk assessments and our local guidance, it has been necessary to retain social distancing, and therefore, just to the simple fact of space and separation, we can't accommodate the full council in the room under those conditions. I hope that provides some clarity. On the Second item in relation to potential issues, there are 4 issues that we've identified that would be worth considering in more detail with a view to future use of the multifunction room. The first relates to safety and security of members. When the room is in use in its full council configuration, the public area is very close to members. Indeed, as per the appendix, you can see that effectively the public are within reaching distance while seated. Members will of course be aware of the tragic events involving MPs, including Sir David Amess recently, as well as other threats that are posed, and indeed government guidance to ensure that public buildings and facilities are adequately protected. So it is our recommendation that we do review the security matters and that members consider that in detail in relation to the meetings. As also members will be aware, there have been various attempts in the past to disrupt council meetings at Shire Hall in Cambridge, so we also need to consider that. The second issue, it relates to limited space. I think this is subjective and is very much, I think, one just to canvass member opinion, appreciating that at Shire Hall in Cambridge, space was fairly tight as well. The configuration at the multifunction room is fairly compact. And as I say, we canvass members' views on that and its workability. The final 2 items are interlinked. This links to the Joint Administration's aspirations for increased public accessibility to council meetings and civic functions. Firstly, in its current configuration for the full council, there is a reduction in the number of public who can be accommodated. Again, members will be aware that there is a legal requirement for the public to be present in the room. And secondly, there are some challenges in respect of those members of the public, or indeed members and officers who may have a personal emergency evacuation plan in the event of a need to evacuate the building, that there are logistical and practical limitations on the number of people we can accommodate. And again, as part of the recommendation, we suggest that that is reviewed with our colleagues in Equality, Diversity and Inclusion. So in conclusion, the paper has 2 recommendations. One, to note the issues in respect of the use of the room under the COVID conditions. Secondly, proposing a detailed review considering the issues that I've just outlined, and then to report back to this committee in September once we've considered those in detail and consulted on them. And that concludes my introduction, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Tony. That's very helpful. Comments on this? Chris first.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'm not convinced that it is appropriate for us to make long-term decisions based on social distancing requirements for COVID. Now, that's not to say that I believe that the problems of COVID have disappeared. There is every possibility, let's hope it doesn't happen, but there's every possibility that we're going to have a more serious variant of COVID at some stage in the future, which we will have to deal with. So I'm not suggesting for 1 second COVID is a matter for the past. What I am suggesting is that making long-term decisions based on the existing perception of requirements for social distancing on COVID is as sensible, in my opinion, as making such provision based on the spread of the common cold or flu. And no one has ever suggested that that is a requirement. Now, I'm not trying to underestimate the importance of COVID, far from it. I'm just saying if we're making decisions about how we are going to operate as a full council, don't make long-term decisions based on something which is still evolving and one hopes is going to evolve in a certain direction consistently, but there may be some bumps along the road still as far as that's concerned. I'm also concerned when I look at the seating configuration, I believe there are other configurations which would be different and potentially more efficient in terms of being able to utilize the full amount of space that we've got in a better way. And I would ask that officers give consideration to alternative configurations to the one which we see in front of us here, with a view to making greater utilization of the whole space which is available. And finally, on the subject of accessibility of the public, I would be very wary indeed of making alternative arrangements deliberately physically to keep the public as far away from us as possible. And I know it's not the intention deliberately to try and keep us at distance from the public, but let's be very careful that we don't give the impression that we are in some way isolated or special or need to be protected from the public. The public are the people to whom we are accountable at the end of the day. And yes, on occasion there have needed to be security measures brought in, at this council in the past, and at other councils as well, when there have been public demonstrations. But one of the things that we've got to do is to be open and visible to the public. And anything which is done which significantly reduces that, I think, is something which we have to think about extremely carefully because of the message that we put across to our electors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor Count, Steve.
Thank you. Some questions first, if I may, Tony. First of all, we've had a discussion before this meeting, and I want to be clear. The paper was written with the terminology of public spacing. There were regulations in place, and there were spacing between people requirements, and I was quite concerned that this was overkill in language, considering that there was now public health guidance. There are no regulations and there are no national requirements. That's correct, isn't it? It's guidance.
Tony, do you want to?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, so in paragraph 2.8, it starts with essentially a look back at the requirements for social distancing, which was the case late last year when we first started to use this room for committees. Subsequently, later in that paragraph, it refers to the requirement for social distancing is removed under public health guidance and safety risk assessments, which I guess for clarity could have included the word local, but we haven't said that there is national requirements for social distancing at the moment.
Thank you. That was my first point, because I did feel that whilst I have every respect for the guidance issued at the moment, this paper was drawn up in a way to drive an outcome and not in a way to give members a fair chance to actually consider the issues, which is why I focused on those repeats of wording that happened a couple of times throughout the document. The second set of questions I would ask is, when this building was built, was member safety considered? Was public access considered? Was disability access considered? Safety and the amount of public able to attend, and was the safety of members all considered? Thank you.
Thanks. Unfortunately, the project managers on the project at the time are no longer with the council, so I had to rely on extensive research of the documents, drawings, plans and minutes relating to this to understand it. What I can say, as it says in paragraph 2.14, is that the building meets the various building regulations and other requirements, which will have included some of those items. And I would stress, and going back to the first part of the paper, that there was a full process. The facility is legally compliant, but some of the issues raised are in relation to either changing circumstances that have evolved over the past 4 years, and I think we'd all agree that things in some spheres have changed very dramatically in the last 4 years, and also the fact that the administration has expressed particular views and desires which in relation to accessibility that we want to see if we can accommodate.
Yeah, thank you for your clarity, because as you quite rightly say at the end, the administration has expressed specific desires in relation to this. And this is what I feel has been driving this paper. This is a fantastic building with a great multifunction room that I have been to laid out for full council, not in the layout that's in the documentation, but in the layout that was done by the Chief Executive's office at that time to show whether or not it was a fit for purpose for this council. And every single member was invited to come here and visit. I came, I visited, I took photos. It was spacious. I was comfortable. A number of other members all came, visited, and do you know how many complaints there were? Do you know how many people said, this isn't fit for purpose, I don't feel safe? Do you know how many people said, I'm worried about disability access? Do you know how many people said there won't be enough for the public? Zero, not one. Every single comment was a positive one. I noticed that I don't have the names, but I don't believe that many members of the joint administration attended or saw it laid out as it was, fit for purpose. Rows in various places around the room, everybody able to see each other. So I can't understand how a paper could be driven forward with all these concerns suddenly popping up to light once the building's finished, when nobody I know that's been in the room that was laid out has expressed those concerns from a member's point of view. But as you quite rightly say, this is driven by the joint administration's new thinking on the subject. It's a shame that maybe they came and actually saw it laid out, but decided not to engage in the process of returning their comments to democratic services as others actually did. I don't understand the drive to get us out of here. This is the new headquarters. It has public access. It has a modicum of public transport that will improve over time. And when you get to the room set out, it is entirely appropriate. I don't understand the paperwork and the comments made on Twitter, not from officers or, well, some members were, but comments such as, you know, what happens when you need to stand up during 5 hours and make everyone shuffle out the way? Well, we have 2-hour breaks built in now. We didn't have that at Shire Hall, but you certainly had to get people to shuffle along there. This is an improvement. You know, members of the public could get near the administration in the old Shire Hall. But this is an improvement. But you know, nobody's going to expect Spider-Man to jump out and intervene if we have a member of the public. They are our public. There is an element of risk with being a councillor, and I will not be party to putting a brick wall between me and my residents on the pretext we've got to be safer. The MPs that suffered the loss of 2 of their members returned to that subject themselves and said, should we stop surgeries? Should we have police escorts, etc., etc.? And they said no, because at the end of the day, apart from tragic isolated incidents, they are our public and they need to be near us when we discuss things, make decisions, etc. And so I don't see why we have this paper in front of us unless it's politically driven and politically motivated. And the officer has confirmed it is the new views of the new joint administration. It's a shame that you didn't come here and see it laid out, opposed to the diagrams we have in this paper and the specific photos we have in this paper. But I can assure members that this room is fit for purpose. I'll support the recommendations. Well, there's an amendment going forward that I'm going to put forward. But this is nothing to do with COVID. So the COVID issues, I am not disagreeing with. And whilst our local public health guidance says we need to be distant, I will support that. So let's not turn this into a pro-COVID, anti-COVID measures discussion. It's the other measures that you're using to drive a change that I think are disappointing, and they're not very genuine. They really aren't. So I'm very sorry about this. Would you care me to move my amendment, Chair?
Yes, I'm happy for you to do that.
Thank you, Chair. It's a simple enough amendment. It's about timing, and where it asks for the report to come back in September 2022, considering that, as we've heard, we cannot predict the nature of COVID. It is the other issues that are the permanent issues that you may or may not wish to deal with. I don't see why it would take from now to September to actually come up with some thoughts on those subjects, whether members are safe or safe enough, whether disability access is good or good enough, whether enough members of the public can come here or not, to wait till September. I must add, on the public issue, the building was built so that spill-out rooms had video conferencing, which was trialled successfully at Shire Hall with the Highways Committee and used on a number of occasions, and was successful and well engaged with by the public. And the same can happen here. So that one, I'd be inclined to knock out the water now. But anyway, why do we have to wait for September to hear the concoction of whatever it is that's going to come out? Because the COVID, you cannot be guessing what's going to happen for the next year, 2 or 5 years, and you must behave accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh, you're seconding, is that?
Yeah, I'll second that, Lucy. If I may, can I speak now as seconder rather than waiting? I don't want to add much to what Steve has said. I think it's this amendment sensible because it gives us a chance to have a look sooner at the issues that we have now been made aware of, or the perceived issues. And just to add a final comment for context, that this building was never designed to replicate Shire Hall. And it's important that it isn't designed that way, for the simple reasons that this joint administration, as the previous administration, decided that we didn't want to be wasteful in terms of space, in terms of finance, but most importantly, in terms of environment. You may shake your head, Councillor Bashini, but that's I thought your pledges to the environment were quite clear, as were ours. And it's worth noting that the full council chamber at Shire Hall was used around 14% of the year. 86% of the time it was left empty, a huge vacuum of space being heated and being serviced by council funds and carbon emissions. So instead we decided for something much more effective, efficient and fit for purpose, which was absolutely the work that was carried out in assessing the need and requirement of this space was hours and hours of toing and froing, and not easy battles to be won with members' desires versus officers' recommendations. And I can assure you that Michelle and many others sat there dedicating hours of their time trying to make the space fit for purpose. And members both in your administration and previous members of the Liberal Democrat Party, Labour Party and the Conservatives came together to discuss a space that would be fit for purpose and still serve the needs of the council. And that's how we've ended up sat in here today. So it's just really disappointing and quite frankly shocking that we're now being told that that can't be used and shouldn't be used, because there was ample opportunity to raise those concerns. And quite frankly, raising it after the figure's built is the absolute definition of shutting the stable door after the horse is bolted. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Lorna.
Thank you. I mean, sets of issues have been raised about the use of this room, and I think it is very important to separate them. The first one is COVID. The second one is security, and the third one is just the general size and comfort and usability and access requirements and all the rest of it. And I think we need to deal with this separately, and I'm glad that some members opposite have chosen to do so. I think on the COVID front, COVID is with us forever. It's not with us forever in exactly the form as it is now, one hopes. And one hopes that the direction of travel for COVID will be better, not worse, for indoor gatherings and personal safety and so on. But at the moment, we don't know. And I think we just have to, for the moment, decide that this is not suitable to jam in 90 plus people when we're facing, as we are at the moment, the highest COVID rates there have ever been, despite what some members of the government would seem to be indicating. So I think we have to park that for a minute, just because we don't know how and when COVID will mutate and how we can best respond to those changes. Security, I do actually have quite a lot of sympathy with what has been said by one or two of the members opposite. I do think that it's wrong and dangerous to treat ourselves as people who must be protected from the public at all times. And yes, horrible things happen. Horrible things happened to David Amos. Horrible things happened to other MPs and to MPs' assistants like Andrew Pendleton, who was sadly killed in a samurai attack many years ago, which some members will remember. There are risks. There are risks in a whole lot of things in life, but we don't put up huge steel fences and say we cannot deal with those risks. And we are prepared to be so ultra cautious that we alienate the public we serve. I have a huge amount of sympathy with that argument, and I would not want us to be talking about this room in the context of how can we protect ourselves from the public of Cambridgeshire. So I'm also prepared to a very large extent, not completely, but to a very large extent, to put that to one side, provided we are doing the obvious things that anybody obviously would do. The third thing is the general size, comfort, disability access of this room. And I know that one of our group came into this room for a committee meeting, their first one, and said, wow, when we have full council, it would be lovely to see the whole thing opened out, and realised that this was the whole thing opened out. And we are something around 20 people in here today. To imagine 4.5, 5 times the number of people in here for hours, that's 61 members, 2 of whom have wheelchairs, plus council officers, quite a number of those, plus the press, plus members of the public, if they can find their way out to Alconbury. That's a large number of people for hours in a room like this. And I wasn't able to make it up on the day, so kill me now, you know. I wasn't able to make it up on the day that this was open because I had other things that I had to do. But looking around this room, I find it very hard to believe that having 4 to 5 times the number of people in this room for hours that we have at the moment is actually going to work. It has been pointed out that it would be very probable that you'd be able to have your kind of sleeve tugged by people in the middle of a debate. You'd be able to have people staring over your computer. You'd be stepping over people's knees like at the cinema if you needed to go out for any reason. And there may well be members of the public who will have wheelchairs themselves, will want to attend, particularly when there are access issues under debate. And I think we do have to take that very carefully. And we're not, this report isn't saying we will not use it. It's saying we need to find out more about what can be done about this, whether we need to look afresh and to receive a report to consider these items when that work has been undertaken. And I fail to understand why the leader of the opposition regards that as such a personal affront to his dignity. It's a sensible thing to do. And if we're going to do it, we need to do it in a way that actually does the job properly. And the amendment to say, let's just rush through a job without due consideration, just so that we can tick it off and say job done, and hope that because various things have had to be overlooked or not done properly, that it will give council account the answer he requires. That's completely inappropriate. We need to take the time to do the job properly. September is not unreasonable, and I fully support the original recommendation.
Thank you. Elisa.
Sorry, Chair, just for clarification, I'd like to say 2 separate things, but are we still discussing the amendment or are we in the main debate now?
The amendment.
So if we're discussing the amendment, I'll make 1 of 2 speeches, but they're not speeches really. In terms of the amendment, I mean, I don't think that it's appropriate for us to, you know, we asked the officers, can you come back and tell us what's the earliest day that you can do this work? And they've told us, and for us now to amend the recommendations to say, no, you can have 3 months less, seems a bit uncharitable, if nothing else. You know, we do have, and I say that as somebody who's spoken, I mean, I have been here, I have seen it laid out. It's interesting. I like to think of myself as slightly younger than I am, as I suppose anymore. I remember what it's like being in a crowded lecture theatre. That it's kind of what it felt like to me when I was in here. I mean, it's basically entirely covered in tables and chairs. 2 people per tables are one of these tables. The tables reach from here all the way up to there. There's 2 rows where you can put the public, and they are literally this, you know, which is fine, but I suppose, but you know, it does need time to consider whether the disability access is appropriate. I want those answers on behalf of, you know, one of my members was disabled, but in general, in future, how are we going to accommodate these things? And it's, you know, we want to ask these questions ourselves because we've come in and we've been given a product which was commissioned and done under other people, and I think it's entirely appropriate. So this is just in terms of the time scale and how long it's going to take the officers to do this work. I'd like them to be as quick as possible, but I don't think they can do it by next month. And, you know, I think it would be entirely appropriate for us to give them that time to hold them to the deadline that they've set themselves, and we will talk about that report when it comes back next time.
Thank you. Mark.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points I'd like to make on the amendment, if I can. We haven't talked about the costs of not meeting here, which are significant. The cost of St Bernard's Hall is it, I think St Bernard's, is it? St Burgess, so I apologise to the people of St Ives for getting that wrong. The St Ives Hall and the ongoing costs of that, they need to be added to the 6-month period for any potential external use as a cost of not meeting in here. So I think that's something to be interested in. And the second, I don't know whether I can still ask Tony a question on this one, because Councillor Machini makes an impassioned plea there on the disabled access. But I'm pretty sure the local authority would have signed off this building, Tony, against all such restrictions with our contractor and everything. And I'm pretty sure there were absolutely no issues with disabled accessibility to any aspect of the property.
Yeah, Trevor, I can come back. Yeah, and that's the point made earlier. The building is legally compliant, and no one's suggesting that it's not. However, achieving legal compliance is one thing, but it may be that the council considers that it wants to go beyond the legal minimum, and that's part of one of the issues that comes up. So no one is suggesting it's not compliant. It was signed off under building regulations. However, there is a desire for increases beyond that legal minimum. If I can also just interject in relation to the timing, one of the key issues that within my team, the key personnel who will deal with this are currently completely flat out delivering ventilation and other related upgrades across our estate in relation to COVID to keep our frontline services operating, and therefore their capacity to pick this up in the short term is quite limited, hence the slightly extended time that we've put forward to deliver the report. But our focus has been on keeping our frontline buildings operational through doing engineering upgrades and other things to make sure that those buildings are still running. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Adela.
I just wondered, it's just a question. Have you got any idea how you can make this place bigger to suit everyone?
Tony, do you want to respond to that? I mean, I think the answer to that is why the report is coming back, but I'm happy for Tony to give you a very brief response.
Yeah, so the recommendation is to carry out that review, which will look at security and access and the other issues, and if it is found that there are potential problems that may need to be overcome, then yes, there may be options. We will look at options, including costings for what those may look like. Taking a very simplistic approach and looking at the building as it stands, one simple thing is to extend the building out across the reception area. That's simply sort of off the top of my head, but that's the sort of thing we could potentially look at to extend it. But we'd look at, if necessary, a full range of options, which may or may not include external venues or other alterations to the building. So yes, we would provide that if required.
Thank you very much. Simone.
Thank you, Chair. It's on the accessibility. Obviously, the report is saying that at the moment, wheelchairs would have to be down this end. So at the moment, we've got 2 doors. As we see at the moment in St Ives, when we're using the hall, we've got Councillor Giles, he has to be right at the back of the hall. I don't see that, and the same as it would be here, it's not inclusive. And I don't believe it's right that Councillor Giles or anyone else that is in a wheelchair cannot be part of our committee, but has to sit near a door. And this would be exactly the same in this room.
Thank you. I think the point you raised is a good one. I don't see any other hands, so I'm going to sum up and then we'll move to the votes. I think the first thing to say is that it's absolutely right that there are different issues here. COVID is one issue, that's on one side. The long-term use of this building and this room is a separate issue. One of the things I want to say is that this report is asking for work to be done. It is not a final decision. So no final decision has been made. It has been suggested that the joint administration have concerns, and I'm going to confess that I do have concerns about the about safety and disability access in this room. But I will also say that I am in no way an expert on safety or disability access, which is why I would like to have a report done on those things. That report may come back and say there's nothing to worry about, in which case I will be perfectly willing to accept that. I do want to point out that actually public access in this room is less than it was in Shire Hall, in that in the public gallery in Shire Hall, my understanding is that there were 26 spaces for people plus space downstairs. Whereas in this room, there is a maximum of 20 spaces for the public. So there is less public access here than was the case in Shire Hall. Now, it may be that we don't very often have more than that number of people, and that we can use other rooms when there are larger numbers of people. But what I don't want us to be in a position of saying is, if we've got 2 or 3 members of the council in wheelchairs, it's not possible to have any member of the public in a wheelchair attending full council. That would not be appropriate in my view. And so it's issues like that I want this report to look at. And I am not prejudging what the outcome will be. The outcome might be that we should continue to use this room unchanged. It might be that there should be some alterations made. It might be that we should routinely expect to hold full council meetings in another venue. And there may be other venues around the county which would be significantly less expensive than Burgess Hall in the long term. We don't know. That's why we've asked for the report. Tony has explained very clearly why he doesn't want to bring that report back to the next meeting, because his team are extremely busy. But they will bring it back in September. So unless anybody else has any further comments, Steve, you've made a number of comments. If you could keep this one extremely brief, please, and then we'll move to the vote.
I was going to offer to withdraw the amendment.
That's very brief and very welcome.
There's no point going to a vote when
great.
it's going to lose so substantially. I'm going to withdraw the amendment if that's okay with you.
That's great. Thank you very much. That's very good. In which case, we will not take a vote on the amendment, and we will take a vote on the recommendations as laid out on the paper, please. Lorna, very quick.
Chair, there wasn't, I appreciate the withdrawal of the amendment, there wasn't a debate on the original motion unless proposals, unless you feel confident that nobody else wants to speak to that.
If anyone else is very keen to speak, I will happily take that, but I do feel we have discussed it. Okay, right, in which case we will move to the vote on the unamended recommendations, and thank you, Steve, for withdrawing the amendment. So all those in favour of the recommendations, please raise your hands. Thank you very much indeed. That's great. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Chair,
thank you.
My apologies. I'm going to have to leave the meeting. I'm afraid it has overrun and I have a medical appointment. My
Apologies for overrunning, Chris, and thank you for your time. That's also true. Thank you very much for your time. Right, we will now move to item 13, which is the risk register, and I hope Neil Hunter is around ready to take this one.
Chair, Lucy, sorry. I also need to leave the meeting heading to my son's graduation.
Have a good afternoon, Peter. Thank you. Neil, you look absolutely extraordinary.
Yes,
You're floating in a cloud.
I wish I knew what to do about it, Chair. I would do it immediately. Yes, apologies for that. Yeah.
Neil, I think we might find it less disconcerting if you were to turn the camera off, if you don't mind.
Many apologies. Yeah. So
Neil, can I just pause?
Sorry, just very quickly. I believe you have an effect on, if you come close to the camera, you will become less opaque. I think that's what he's got on. So if he takes the effect off, he should become clear as a general camera.
Thank you.
Go on,
I think it's fine. I think we'll just carry on. But thank you very much. Oh, magic. Look, there he is. I can see why the effect was confused. There's a large area of white all around you. Thank you very much, Neil.
Thank you very much. Apologies for that. So this item is to present the current corporate risk register to committee. As you'll be aware, under the council's constitution, the Strategy and Resources Committee is responsible for the development and oversight of the council's risk management and arrangements and strategy. Supporting this, it's important to say that the Audit and Accounts Committee has a very important function in relation to risk, including considering the effectiveness of the risk management arrangements, the associated control environment, and also to seek assurances that appropriate action is being taken in response to risk. And following today's meeting and the expected further challenge, it's intended to take the corporate risk register and supporting policies and procedures back to the May Audit and Accounts Committee. Just in way of context and some background, during the early phase of COVID-19 pandemic, the then GMT Gold requested a separate corporate risk register was created to ensure full visibility of the new and rapidly changing threat. And this worked effectively throughout the first period of the pandemic, with risk being a standing item on GMT Gold meetings. But as the council moved more towards business as usual, the then GMT agreed that COVID-19 was better treated as a trigger rather than a risk in its own right, and was incorporated into corporate and directorate risk registers. And over the last year, GMT and now CLT has continually refreshed the corporate risk register, and following the move away from the shared service arrangements with LGSS, has agreed the risk management policy and endorsed the risk appetite statement. The report itself outlines the 8 current corporate risks as recently challenged and fully refreshed by CLT. All 8 risks have been fully reviewed by the respective risk owner, and the narrative in the report details the owner of each corporate risk, their assessment of the residual risk, which in turn is compared to the council's risk appetite, and where required, the action plans in place for further mitigation. It's important to raise paragraph 1.9 of the report, where it details a commitment to divide the current safeguarding risk into 2 new risks, one addressing safeguarding risk to children and the other addressing safeguarding risk to adults. This work is ongoing and will necessarily result in reassessment of the existing controls in each area and rescoring of those residual risks. Paragraph 1.9 also details 2 new risks that are intended to be added to the corporate risk register. The first being the council being a victim of cybercrime, and the second, the council failing to comply with information governance legislation and industry standards. And if agreed, these changes will result in 11 risks on the corporate risk register. And finally, to give further assurance to stakeholders regarding the management of risk within the organisation, as outlined in paragraph 112, over the course of the next year, the risk management team will undertake a programme of work which challenges and assesses each of the council's corporate risks. This will include an evaluation of the extent to which the controls documented in the risk register are actually being complied with. And the intention is that for each of the corporate risks, 3 levels of assurance will be given. First of all, the governance controls, i.e., are the planned controls proportionate and effective in mitigating the identified risk and triggers? Secondly, compliance. Are those controls being routinely complied with in practice? And substantive, are the controls being effective in mitigating the risk in practice? The current corporate risk register, risk management policy and risk appetite statements are included as appendices to the report. And I think the recommendation is the committee is invited to note and comment on the corporate risk register. I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Neil. Graham.
Thanks, Neil, for producing this very comprehensive report, and I look forward to discussing it at Audit and Accounts Committee. I have 2 questions. Stephen Howarth earlier referred to his nervousness about budgets. So I'm a bit concerned to see that the score for the council doesn't have enough budget to deliver agreed short and medium term corporate objectives has gone down from 20 to 12. It seems that if he is nervous about budgets, it should at least be staying the same. And then the second question is, I couldn't see the word inflation in risks. Maybe that's incorporated somewhere already, but with the rampant inflation due to all sorts of reasons, I would have expected that to have been acknowledged somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's probably covered in risk 2. The council doesn't have enough budget to deliver agreed short and medium term corporate objectives. The risk of inflation probably is controlled by the fact that there's rigorous tracking of national and international economic factors and government policy, and would probably get picked up by the integrated resources and performance reporting quarterly, and the sort of the key area work that the finance team do. However, I'll obviously take those comments away, and then when Tom is re-reviewing his risk, he can take those into account to see if a change in likelihood is appropriate, if that would help.
Thank you, Neil. I'm going to bring Stephen in as well because he wanted to comment.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's helpful that members are receiving this report today in terms of an update on the corporate risk register and arrangements. I think picking up something that Neil mentioned, of course, we have moved away from having the joint management team arrangements with Cambridgeshire having its own corporate leadership team re-established towards the end of January this year. As you might expect, having taken up post the council's risk register or the corporate risk register is one I would want to be looking at quite rigorously with members of the corporate leadership team. So whilst helpful to have the report in front of you today, I thought it might be useful to say I'll be wanting to review that in some detail with colleagues, and I'm grateful to Amanda for sponsoring that through CLT, obviously for the work of Neil and the risk management team so far, but it's an area that if we refer back to the earlier conversation on governance, just as we've commissioned a review of political governance, I've equally started looking at operational and officer governance across the authority, and this is an area that I think has the opportunity to be further strengthened. So I thought those comments might be helpful for committee to receive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I think that is helpful. Lorna.
Thank you. Two questions. Firstly, the Council's arrangements for safeguarding vulnerable children and adults fail. We see that the residual risk score has increased from 12 to 15 because the likelihood remains at 3, but the impact would be assessed at a 5, and that suggests that the residual risk, sorry, that the impact was previously a 4. I wondered whether we knew what had happened to move the assessment of impact from 4 to 5. Which also raises, and this is sort of 1B of my 2, it would be really useful to have, in addition to the current score and the target score, the previous score on these tables, because at the moment it feels a little bit like playing Nerdle, which is the arithmetical version of Wordle, where you have to guess the digits, and so one's having to do sort of arithmetic to kind of guess what was the score before, particularly because, and this is my part question 2, there are some cases where it doesn't seem to add up. For example, the council's human resources are not able to meet business need. The residual risk has decreased from 16 to 15 as the likelihood has been assessed as a 3. You have to assume that 16 was 4 times 4, which indicates that both, because there isn't another way to make that equation work, which suggests that both of those calculations have moved. Otherwise, you wouldn't get to the figure that you have now. So one's having to play arithmetic a bit. And it would be nice not to play Nerdle with this and to actually have a previous score so that you can see which of those 2 axes has changed. And if it's both, then to be told it's both rather than just be told it's one and be having to try to work out what happened to the other one.
I absolutely agree, and apologies, it is like trying to play Nerdle, but you have got that Nerdle calculation correct on the human resources. It was a 4x4 assessment, and that's changed to a residual likelihood of 3 and an impact of 5, making the 15. But in future, I will ensure that the appendices will show the previous and the current likelihood and impact. In terms of the safeguarding risk, again, you're absolutely right. I think when you have different people represented at CLT and JMT, that people have different views, and different directors coming in have different views of likelihood and impact, because risk is a good science, but it's not an exact science. So there is some subjectivity, but I think most people on CLT, if not everybody, would see that the impact of no governance around safeguarding would have an impact of 5. So I wouldn't really see any of the risk for safeguarding ever having an impact of less than 5, really. So, and I think CLT have just upped it from a 4 to a 5 at the last assessment day. It's a simple answer as that, really. Nothing's really changed in the environment in terms of the impact. It's just the consensus view was actually that has to be a 5.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. I'll stick to the main debate for the moment, and then you can invite me to move my amendment later on. There was comment, Councillor Wilson's already picked up on it, not enough money to deliver the services has reduced from 20 to 12. I very much welcome that, and that reflects my thinking from pre-budget, even before we knew this massive non-delivery of services that we've heard about earlier today. There was, at the point in time of the budget being passed, whilst one councillor who isn't here today harped on about the £83 million gap, simply did not recognise all the resources that were available. There was, for example, the £28 million transformation fund, which you've redeployed. There was the £7 million underspend the year before. There was £11.3 million underspend known at the time of the budget. There was the £10 million, £10.6 million extra allocated by government over and above what was predicted. For this year, this coming year, 22-23, there were £6.5 million indicated for the following 4 years, and the list goes on. You end up about 105 million compared to 83. And that was before this joint administration took the decision to tax to the maximum, as I like to call it, just to put the money into reserves. And that was before we knew about today's even greater underspend and lack of delivery of services. So it's perfectly obvious when you look at that sheer quantum of money that there is going to be a big decrease in the level from 20 to 12. And not only that, but the tax increase is now locked in forever, which from a financial point of view is welcome because you get more money every year and that helps reduce the risk, but not sure that that is welcomed by the public when all the money's gone into reserves. So that's a sharp departure from where it was, and sharp departure from the narrative that the council was left in a bad place financially, because that's exactly what happened. It's now recognised the financial where the county is. I slightly worry about the figures being used to say we've got all the money is because of lack of demand, because the sheer quantum of staff that you are missing in the adults and children's services makes me wonder whether everybody that has need is actually being recognised and being put through the system, and that will only play out in the years in the years ahead. I see the risk of not meeting statutory responsibility has also increased, as well as the safeguarding risk, which I'll be talking about in a little while, as well as a 65% increase in the risk of failure to deliver key council services. I think deserving of the joint, I think I need to state the obvious for those that haven't picked the technicalities of what this risk management means and what this reporting means. Cambridgeshire County Council's potential for disastrous failure has increased since the joint administration took over. This is what this risk is saying. These are core aspects of the council where the risk has absolutely increased, and I am surprised that the lack of attention today is on this paper at the end, when it is the most serious paper that we're reviewing today. And I'll move the amendment as and when you ask me to, Chair. Thank you.
Very happy for you to move it now.
Move it now, okay. Okay, so the amendment that I'm moving is on risk 01, and this is the title of that risk, bear with me, is the safeguarding of, I don't have the words, council's arrangements for safeguarding vulnerable children and adults fail. So the risk is an assessment There's no right or wrong to assessments, there's only variables, but the risk that we're assessing here is the council's arrangements for safeguarding vulnerable children and adults fail. Probably the most significant responsibility any of us face as councillors or as officers. It's already gone from 12 to 15 under the current joint administration. And I think that this is the single most significant issue you need to acknowledge and listen to what is being said. This is not about political drivers here, and there is no way that I have the political might to force a vote through, but I urge you really to listen to what I've said so you can consider, without politics involved, why I'm bringing this one forward. So, and it focuses on the likelihood, not on the impact. I agree with the officer's assessment that the impact is 5 and perhaps should have always been 5. The likelihood is the possibility of serious injury or even acknowledging death may occur. I think that that likelihood needs to be re-examined, and I'll tell you why for a number of reasons. The adults, this measures adults and children together, and there is a plan to separate them out and revisit them, and also to put it in front of the audit committee at a later date. The audit committee soon, separate them out at a later date. This is so urgent. If you agree with me that this risk is urgent and necessary, then the urgency to review it is now and not at some point in the future, and not actually just down to audit, because we have the responsibility for safeguarding as do all councillors. The reason I think it should be reviewed, adults have a 16% senior social worker vacancy rate. Children's services have a 26% senior social worker vacancy rate. The availability of agency workers are both finite, and an overstretched workforce can and may well lead to a costly and tragic mistake. There's a large drop in the children's placements that may or may not indicate a lack of detection, reporting or caseload management. There's 56% of the budget for children's strategic management is unspent. Children's strategic management. That's page 43. There's been a loss of key personnel, including the executive director, children's safeguarding director, and at every level of the organisation. I welcome the new chief executive. The new chief executive is very good, find his way here, but both the new chief executive and the new joint administration are new and do not have the years of expertise in Cambridgeshire that we had up until very recently. All of the above are factual, can be checked as well as looked at. I can add anecdotally, which cannot be checked, of course, but from my point of view, from years of experience, the breakdown of good governance, particularly in what is now the Adults and Health Committee, is another risk factor. Whether you recognise that or not, I'm bringing it to your attention. Therefore, it must be considered. I think, therefore, it is our duty to suggest this amendment, and that is really for the sake of our vulnerable residents. I hope you take this seriously. I am not insisting, nor do I have a right to insist, that you change the risk assessment today. But if you don't send it back for an immediate reassessment, considering that it is very much a subjective one, with all of that information attached, then I worry. I worry about the seriousness with which we can take these issues. I think it's the responsibility of strategy and resources to highlight this, and I do hope that I've convinced you to support us on this amendment, even if we haven't on anything else today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Josh.
Obviously happy to second that amendment, Chair, and I will briefly speak to it because unfortunately, like my colleagues, I'm going to have to leave after this item because we've overrun by over an hour. So, but I wish to speak briefly to this to say we have a real opportunity in that May's agenda, as we look at our forward agenda plan, because it's a reserve date, have no items currently. But today we've seen an overloaded agenda which has resulted in us overrunning and perhaps doing a disservice to some of the items because the meeting has overrun. And so this would be an excellent opportunity for us to take this one issue and bring it back to May's meeting, use that reserve date, because this would be the administration and the Conservative Party coming together to say that we recognise this risk is significant enough to warrant our time and almost a dedicated meeting to it. If we wish to put other items on in order to lessen the load at future meetings so we don't run the risk of overrunning so significantly again, then so be it. But still, it would be a light agenda, allowing this one issue to be given the focus it needs. I think, you know, Steve speaks with not only a wealth of experience, but also with an awful lot of passion. This is not political football. This is us saying the biggest risk we face as an authority is highlighted here as increasing. And it would be absolutely amiss of us not to say we take that risk seriously and we're going to look at it immediately, because that risk, with that level of risk associated in that area, time is not something we want to extend. It's recognizing that 2 months is even too long. So let's get it done, and let's get it done now. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Amanda wanted to come in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I absolutely welcome the debate that we're having today and would agree that risk is so important to the Council and needs proper scrutiny. I think it is important to say, though, that some of these risk scores have changed because we have completely revised our risk process over the last year. So I took on that lead for the corporate management team as the sponsor, and have been working with Neil over the last year to really scrutinise these risks, which I felt were not appropriately rated in all places, and that didn't have the right triggers in the right places, and that didn't have enough discussion at management team and in front of members. So I'd really want to stress that the previous scores, in a sense, completely appreciate Councillor Dupre's. It is useful to have that history. I don't think the previous scores were correctly rated. And Neil and I have put a tremendous amount of work in through all directorate risk registers, through all directors, through the corporate management team. We've had a member workshop on this for all members. We've had a management team workshop. We are trying hard to get this risk management correct. I think it still has a way to go, and would absolutely welcome some of these risks being debated fully by members. But please don't take these changing risk scores as necessarily the previous ones were correct and something terrible has happened. I think the scores are now more appropriate to the level of risk. I don't think you can have a consequence of 4 against a safeguarding issue. The consequence is 5. I don't know why we ever had that rated as a 4 on that scale. So I think I appreciate that this is, we're trying to discuss this in a non-political way, but it is important we acknowledge the journey of this risk register over the last year, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorna.
I'd like to thank Amanda very much for those comments. If she hadn't made them, then I would have made at least some of those, because what we have heard from Amanda and from Neil is that this isn't a case of the situation getting worse. It's a case of how we measure that. And I absolutely agree. And I think there can be no doubt anywhere in this room today that if the worst were to happen in a failure of safeguarding, then it would be terrible and it would have to be a 5. And I think that's absolutely a fair comment, which means that if that will always be a 5 in terms of impact, the only thing we can look to change is the likelihood. And I think we need to stare that in the face. We have heard, however, that we are going to be splitting out this risk into 2 separate risks. And I think that's absolutely right, because they may not be uniform. And I think we do have to look at them separately. So I do think we need to allow that piece of work to be done and look at what comes back. And I suspect, again, that in either case, the impact is going to be 5, and therefore what we will need to discuss at that point will be the likelihood of something going so catastrophically wrong. Now, I'm not sure that this meeting is the place for that. I rather suspect that adults and health is the place to look at safeguarding for adults, and that children and young people is the place to look at safeguarding for young people and children, and that we must allow those committees to do the jobs that they are there to do, and we must keep an ongoing look at what they are doing and making sure that we are on top of things that are very big corporate risks and make sure that everything that is being done by the appropriate people in the appropriate places is right. And I would absolutely support that. But I don't think that demanding instant papers while we are still looking at splitting out those risks, and while we've had the explanation that how we assess risk has changed and that that's as much at the bottom of this change as anything else, I'm not sure that demanding instant papers while those things are going on is necessarily a helpful way to address the issue, and I would much rather leave that in the hands of the people who are doing the right things in the way indicated, and we will get that information soon enough. And I absolutely don't want, and I don't think anybody wants to minimize the impact. That is just, let's do it right.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Lucy. I'm trying to. I think you've added some real clarity into the debate, Amanda, and I want to thank you for that. But I'm coming at it from a typical SOAN point of view, a very simplistic point of view, if I can. I'm really, really concerned when I look at these, and I realise that 1 in 4 of our children's services staff are not in position. We don't have them in position. In the previous debate, we used references to sadly no longer with us and suffered MPs on the safety thing. You know, going on, I believe the verdict is this week, is Ricky Neve's case. You know, a young child that was, you know, suffered at the hands of people that were under the care of local authority. You know, this is just so simplistically large an issue that I'm finding that if we're down to 1 in 4, in the previous debate, we also heard from a damn good officer in Tony Cooper that he can't deliver what is a fairly simple report with all the information from a new build building for 6 months because he hasn't got enough resource to do it because they're all too busy. Well, put that into adults, put that into health, put that into the mental health care environment. And that's exactly why this is so critical. I can accept the points well made on maybe the risk should have been 5 all the way. And I absolutely agree with that. I think that's absolutely right. But let's not kid ourselves here. Yeah, what's written down on this bit of paper is superfluous. It's indicative. It's what we as a council do with it. It's what we do with this information that's of absolute imperative importance. And the people of Cambridgeshire won't thank us very nicely if it suddenly goes up to 4 and 5 on the likelihood, because then we really, really are in trouble. So I actually support the amendment for all the right reasons that's come forward today, but I welcome the added information into the debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we've had a good discussion about this, so I would like to draw this to a close now. I'd quite like to be able to sum up on the amendment and the debate. Is there any, are people happy for me to do that? And then we'll move to the vote on the amendment and the debate. So I think that it has been a good discussion on the risk register. It's been good to give it some time and to consider why we are where we are. I think that the points raised about the seriousness of any risk which had an implication for safeguarding is absolutely correct. Of course, that's a very, very serious risk that this council should be looking at extremely seriously. I think it's very important that we look at that risk at number 1 in the context of the same level of risk at number 5, risk 05, which is around workforce. And that is exactly the point that you were raising, Steve, and that Mark has just raised about the social worker vacancies. I think it's extremely important that we reassure people that while there are vacancies in those roles, that work is being done. The problem in the children's social work area is that we have a large number of agency staff, which is expensive for the council. It's not the best outcome, but that work is being done. And I think it's extremely important that that is out there in the public domain, that it's not that children are not being looked after, they are being looked after. Because the issues are to do with workforce, we've already heard from Stephen that he's planning to look very hard at the risk register and also at the structure of the organisation and a whole range of things. I think it's extremely important that we have a long-term serious review of how we improve our workforce. And this has come up several times in this meeting. And I think it's one of the most important pieces of work that we need to do in the coming year. I don't think we can do it between now and May. So I would like to ask that we do not accept this amendment, not because I'm not taking it seriously, but because I don't think us meeting in May is going to make us able to tackle this risk any better. This risk needs to be tackled in a long-term way, looking at our wider workforce issues, and those are extremely serious issues that are major problems, not just for this institution, but for many, many organisations across the country. So if we can move to the vote now. First of all, if we take the vote on the amendment, all those in favour of the amendment? And all those against?
Chair, that's 5 votes in favour, 7 votes against. The amendment is therefore lost.
Not quite. And therefore, please, can we now move to the final recommendations?
Chair, if I may, on the final recommendation, the committee is invited to note and comment on the corporate risk register. Normally that would just be, yeah, we've done that and noted. However, because the amendment has failed and the serious of this nature, I don't want my vote to be associated to think that we've commented and taken this seriously enough. My opinion may not be yours. So I'll be voting against this and wanted to explain why, when it seems like a simple recommendation.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So all those in favour of the noting and commenting on the risk register, if you could raise your hands now. And all those against?
Chair, the result of that is 8 votes in favour, 4 votes against. The recommendations are therefore carried.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's fine. I do understand. And I think we probably need to, when we've got a long agenda next time, we should make it clear that it's going to be a long agenda.
Chair, I think we've already for 20 minutes and over been in breach of the 2-hour break rule.
I think I have. I'm very sorry, Michelle. Huge apologies. I think how we've got, okay, we better have a 5-minute pause in that case. And then we'll finish the business.
Michelle, can we just check? Are we quorum?
Minute break. I think I'm going to restart. Ah, here's Lisa. Fine. Okay, we are now quorate again. So if we could move to item 14, the Corporate Services Performance Report, Q3. We're going to take this and then item 16, because those are the decision-making ones. And the Treasury Management one will move to the end of the meeting. So the Corporate Services Report is Jules Yent via Zoom. Thank you, Jules.
Good afternoon. This report is in two parts. A proposed new list of corporate services key performance indicators, or KPIs, and a report on the performance of those services using the new KPIs. Last December, this committee approved a revised list of corporate services KPIs. And in February, full council approved a new performance management framework. Directorate Management worked with business intelligence to develop these indicators. In some cases, this development work has resulted in further proposed changes to the KPI list. Some of the work is on.
Jules, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you be able to turn your camera off, because we're getting the sound is not coming through smoothly. And if you could also keep your introduction as brief as possible, that would be very helpful. Sorry.
Will do.
Some
of the work is ongoing, with the result that 4 of the KPIs are not reported on today and will be reported to the June meeting. The KPIs presented here meet the standards set out in the new framework. For example, they measure relevant priorities or outcomes. 3 KPIs are rated blue, which means performance exceeds target by more than 5%, and 3 are rated red, which means performance is off target by more than 10%. I'm happy to answer any questions, and some of the directors responsible for the service areas are also here to take questions.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions? I don't see any questions. I think we're all exhausted. Thank you very much indeed, Jules. Is there any debate or discussion? Councillor Camp.
Thank you, Chair. If you turn to page 217, you can see that the current administration benefit from a 10.9 million a year conservative legacy of good investments that can be used to deliver services and save taxpayer money. However, of more concern is the indicator, which that one is welcome, but what's concerning is the indicator on page 219, which is the indicator for short-term and long-term absenteeism. Right. It also feeds in to a certain extent, I didn't mention it in the last debate, but you know, the amount of days off long-term sickness is now escalating sharply to now over 5,000 full-time equivalent days lost a year. And you have to factor that into, as well as your vacancy rates when you're trying to deliver a service. As a layperson, I can suggest 2 areas that are highly stressful and can contribute to this. The first is being overworked. We've heard about the vacancy rates, and since the joint administration took over, there are serious concerns about the workloads, especially in safeguarding, as I mentioned earlier. Another reason that there might be stressful reasons for stress is the uncertainty about the future of an individual's future employment. Last spring, the joint administration announced that no senior director level appointments would be made on a joint basis under current shared arrangements with Peterborough. And that raised a lot of hairs running regarding the final journey for the joint administration and its sharing arrangements with Peterborough. We keep hearing work is going on. We know the chief exec has taken this work on board. We heard today about looking at the risks associated with that. We heard from the peer team that some clarity needed on this, and we need to move forward this, and yet we still do not have any clear messaging about where this will end up. I bring this to light because I think it's something that you have to address, not through the officers as to what the officers are doing, but what the administration's final direction is. Because until you do, the stresses and anxieties you are causing for a large proportion of our workforce will continue. So I ask you now whether you will address it today or in the near future. What are you going to do about actually saying your intentions alongside the officer intentions about the joint working arrangements with Peterborough? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments on this paper? in which case, in summing up, we will certainly be bringing back papers and information on the future of the joint service arrangements with Peterborough in the near future. Is there anything else that anybody wants to comment on this paper, or should we go to the recommendations? Okay, all those in favour of the recommendations? Thank you. So if we could move to item 16 now, and then we'll come back to item 15, because item 16 is a decision item, and we need to remain correct. So this is the committee agenda plan, training plan. So Michelle, this is yours.
Thank you. I've got nothing to add to the agenda plan, so I'll go straight to the item on 243, which is the proposal for the Green Investments Advisory Group to extend its remit to include utilities. This proposal has already been considered by Environment and Green Investment Committee, and it is proposed that because of extending the remit to include utilities, that this group should also comprise representatives from this committee as well. And you'll see as set out that that means there'll be 8 members in total. There's 4 from Environment and Green Investment and 4 from this committee. So this committee is asked to approve the proposal to change the remit of this advisory group and to make appointments to the group.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Steve.
Yeah, I'll propose an amendment if I may, because I don't think this working with the joint committees particularly suitable, because what I feel, correctly or not, is that realistically, as I was talking about the Farms Estate earlier, is that utilities should be transferred from strategy and resources directly to E&GI. When you think about the work that you can do with and without, or that impacts utilities, it clearly is more closely aligned to the E&GI committee. I understand that if you're so minded to accept that, that voting on amendment isn't necessary, and you have the necessary power through the monitoring officer to make that kind of a change, should you be in agreement. I just don't think that this way is handling it. Another way to look at this is whilst we're setting up these joint working arrangements on various bodies, it's actually denigrating the committee system. It's moving things away from public view. And should you actually want something out of one of those committees, you then have to have a second bite of the cherry, or in these cases, second bite of the cherry at 2 committees to make things happen. So it'd be much cleaner if things sat with what is obviously the right area for them. That's my comment, and that's my amendment, please.
Yes, of course, Michelle.
Just to add to what Councillor Count has just said, if the committee was minded to change the terms of reference of the Strategy and Resources Committee and Environment and Green Investment Committee, thereby moving utilities to Environment and Green Investment in their terms of reference, if the whole committee was in agreement to that, we wouldn't need to go through the lengthy process that's set out in the amendment. The monitoring officer could possibly do that under her delegated authority.
Thank you. As things stand at the moment, I'm perfectly comfortable with having a working group that looks at these things. I think there's quite a lot of benefit to be had in having members working across committee. I think it helps reduce silo working and things just being kind of specified as being only the responsibility of one committee or another. And I think some of the joint working that's done in the working groups is very productive and constructive. It's not that the working groups prevent any public engagement with any of these decisions, because as you say, Steve, they all come back to committee in the end. It's just that they've had a good discussion in a forum beforehand where views from different committees can feed in, and I think that seems entirely appropriate. Councillor Goldsack, Mark.
Just a negative to that, if I can, Chair. You're right, but I would sit on the working group, I would sit on E&GI, and I would sit on S&R. That's 3 times the debate. It's a long enough day here as it is, let alone hearing the same debate 3 times. I think it'd be much better to take the amendment.
Thank you. So unless there's any further debate, Lorna.
Just to say very briefly that I think those cross-committee working groups are working well. I think I would probably also be in a similar position to Councillor Goldsack, and I don't particularly feel it's an enormous hardship so to do. I think the Green Investment Advisory Group has worked well. Utilities fits well with the kind of discipline that's involved there, and I'm very, very comfortable with this, as is Environment and Green Investment Committee, which has already agreed this.
Thank you. So if we could move to all those in favour of the amendment, I'm going to assume that you've seconded it. Well, so that's 2 in favour, all those against the amendment.
Chair, the result is 2 votes in favour, 6 votes against. The amendment's lost.
Thank you. And if we could now move to the vote on the overall item as laid out. I'll note the agenda plan. All those in favour, please show. And any against? Okay, thank you very much. And we will now move back to item 15, which is the Treasury Management. And that will be Tom.
Or me,
It's
sorry,
not.
Chair. Hello.
It's gonna be Stephen.
Good afternoon, everybody. So this is the committee's quarterly opportunity under the Treasury Management Strategy, agreed as part of the business plan, to consider the Council's Treasury Management position. By Treasury Management, we mean management of the Council's cash, borrowing and investments. The report has a lot of information about all of those, but boils down to the Treasury and Prudential indicators in the appendix. And at the end of Q3, which this report relates to, we are in line with all of those indicators. Borrowing has been lower in that quarter than expected and generally cheaper, and the Council's cash and investment position remains healthy.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Are there any comments or discussion on this, Steve?
Yeah, I just want to know what the access details for sort of the multi-class funds. What sort of term notice is there for something like that? How long do you have to lock your money away for that, or are there other examples like that?
I don't know the specific terms off the top of my head. It's fairly liquid. Tom might remember the specific terms, but it is quite a liquid fund, so we can cash in or out of it at relatively short notice.
Okay, can I follow that up with a second question? The multi-class funds or not using borrowing, are there any that exceed where I might be easier to explain where I'm going with my questioning? So we've got 48 million pounds of general reserves predicted at the year end. We'll often use that as a sort of cash flow balance, so it reduces our borrowing, but borrowing comes in and out only when you have like the dates that you can adjust them. You can't adjust them daily, weekly, monthly, sometimes yearly, depends on what's coming up. Would it be sensible to consider, or is it already being done, that some of the general fund monies or the other monies, because it cannot be used on a cash flow basis, and it's much, much more significant than before, until the organisation has spending plans for that, to be allocating some of these into things like the multi-class funds, or does that not make financial sense?
2 things there. It's important to bear in mind that despite the year-end balances, the Council remains a large net borrower, and we try to maintain a sort of a baseline level of cash to deal with day-to-day transactions, but month on month we are borrowing money. And in terms of if we were sitting on cash in addition to our baseline cash position, what can we do with that? And we may in the past have considered investing some of that surplus cash in a fund. There are changes to the Prudential Code that are effectively in effect now that preclude net borrowing authorities from making that sort of investment without quite a bit of further consideration.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any more comments on this one? I don't see any. So are you happy that we note and comment on this one? So I think we'll take that as having been noted and commented on. And I think that brings us to the end of the meeting. So thank you all very much for your patience.